Hi friends, I am Parvez, and in this course we are going to learn that how you can use Django with ReactJS. So in this video we are going to learn that how you can build your REST API in Django REST Framework, and after that how you can connect your Django backend with the ReactJS frontend. Now this will be just a simple application that we have a login system, registration system, and also basically CRUD operations on the articles. So for example, in here I can register a new user in here. So let me just add a new user 5, and I can just add a password and click on the register. So after registration it will be redirected to the article section. Now we have a logout, so let me just log out, and now I can just add my new created user with the password in here, and I can log in. So now in the login you can see that I have articles. I can insert a new article in here, so let me just add my new article. So my new article added, and you can just simply add a description. Add a description in here, and if I click on insert article, so you can see that we have our article in here. Now if I refresh the page, and you can see I have this article in here. Now if you see Django backend, if you click on the users, we have the new user, so you can see that this is the new user 5, and in here we are going to use a token based authentication. And if you see in the tokens, we have a new token for the user. And now we can update our article, so let me just click on the update, and in here we can just say updated. So updated, and also we can just say updated, and if I click on the update article, now you can see that it is updated. Also I can delete the article. Now the article is deleted, and also I can just log out from here. Now this will be not a complex project, and it will be just a simple, and this course there will be 3 parts in this course. So in the first part we want to just build our Backend API using Django REST Framework, and after that we will learn about ReactJS and also React Hooks, and at the third part we want to do our integration of our Django with the ReactJS frontend, Django backend with the ReactJS frontend. Also this course is more than 7 hours training course, and also if you want to skip any part, I have added a completely table of content, and also with the timestamp. So for example, if you want to just skip any part, you can just find your chosen part in the table of content of this video. So you can just check the video description for the table of content. So now let's get started our course. Alright guys, now we're going to create our first Django project, and we want to build our backend API. So now the first thing is that you need to install Django. So as I have already created my project in here, and you can see that I'm using a virtual environment, and right now we don't have Django in our site packages. So now if you see the documentation of Django, so how to install Django, if you come down, now you can use pip install Django for the Django installation. So let me just copy this, and in here let me just paste this. So pip install Django, and after that you need to hit enter. Okay, now I'm waiting for the installation of the Django. Alright guys, now Django installation has been completed, and you can see that we have Django 3.1. Now after Django installation, what we want to do to install a Django REST Framework. So Django REST Framework is as a powerful and flexible toolkit for building web APIs, because we want to create our backend API in Django. So for that we need to use Django REST Framework. So now you need to install this. We can if we come down, so you can see we can use pip install Django REST Framework. So I'm going to just copy this, and so in here I want to just install pip install Django REST Framework. So you can see that now we have Django 3.1 in here in our site packages. Now we are waiting for the Django REST Framework installation. Okay, now Django REST Framework has been installed, and we have the latest version of Django REST Framework. It's 3.1. Now we have Django and also Django REST Framework. Now it's time to create our first project in Django. So now in here you can use, so let me just show you the documentation for the creating a project in Django. So you can see that we can use Django at main, and after that start project, and at the end you need to give the name of your project. Whatever the project is, you need to give the name of the project. So now let me just show you. So we can use Django at main. So after that start project, and now you need to give the name of the project. So for example, I'm going to give it API project, and after that hit enter. So now our project is created. Now let me just check. Okay, now we have API project, and you can see that I have some files in here. So init.py, settings.py, urls.py. I will talk about these files. Now first what I want to do is to run our project. Now I'm going to just change my directory to API project, and after that I'm going to use Python. So you can see we have manage.py, so it's a command line utility, and we can use Python manage.py run server. Now I'm waiting for this. Now you can see that we have a development server in this port 8000. So if I check this, now let me just go to localhost port 8000, and you can see that we have Django installed in here. And you can see that we are using Django 3.1, and at the time of recording this video, it's the latest version. So now let me just do some configuration on my PyCharm ID. So right now, if you see, we have used Python manage.py run server for running our development server. Now I want to configure this with the PyCharm ID, that I can do this using the run button of PyCharm. Now what I want to do is, so let me just close this, terminate the server. And now if I refresh the project, you can see that we are not seeing anything. Now what I want to do is to click on the add configuration, and after that click on the Python. Now in here we need to just find our project, and from that we can use manage.py, and in here we need to just use run server, and we can apply and click on the OK. Now if I open my manage.py, now let me just run this. So you can see that now we have our project in here. Let me just close this. Now you can run from here. And this is our project. Let me refresh my page, and this is the project. Alright guys, now let's talk about these files. So we have some files in our project, in our Django project. We have init.py, asg.py, settings.py, urls, wsgi, db.sqlite3, and also manage.py. Now if you see Django documentation, so let me just come down. So you can see that these are our project structure. So now this is our root directory, so our main project. So this is the API project, and in the main API project we have manage.py. Now the manage.py is a command line utility. If you see in here, manage.py is a command line utility that lets you interact with this Django project in various ways. As you have already saw that we have used Python manage.py run server. So it's a command line utility for interacting with this Django project. Now after that we have our init.py. So if you see, we have init.py. So this is an mpt file, and it's not related to Django, it's related to Python. And you can see that an mpt file that tells Python that this directory should be considered a Python package. After that we have settings.py. Now this is one of the important file, and it is the configuration for this Django project. And if I open settings.py, we will talk about this a lot. And so if I come down, you can see that we have different things in here. Now the important point is the installed apps. So these are the installed apps that we have in our Django project, and it's installed by default. We have middlewares, and we have our templates. Now in here we can add, if you're using, for example, Django as a full stack, for example, backend and frontend in Django, then you can create templates, and you can add the directory, the path of the templates in here. And also you can see that this is the database. And if you see, we have db.sqlite3, and it's created by default. And by default, the database engine is SQLite3, and it's used by default by Django project. Now, if you open this db.sqlite3, now let me just open this in the SQLite Studio. So add database, and from here we can just find our YouTube project. So YouTube tutorial, and we can just go to API project and db.sqlite3. And if I click on this, so right now you can see that our database is empty. What we want to do is to make migrations and create some default tables for our Django project, like at main, auth, and these files. So now what I want to do is to let me just do that. Okay, now in here what I want to do is to change my project to API project, to the Django project. And after that what I want to do is to say Python manage.py migrate. So now you can see that we have these migrations. Now if you refresh your tables, now let me just refresh this. I have refresh all database schema. You can see that now I have 10 tables in here. So you can see outgroup permissions, users. Now these are created by default by Django. So now the another file is, for example, it's urls.py, and let me just remove this. We will talk about this urls.py more, but right now, so if you see Django documentation, now the URL declarations for this project, for this Django project. So it's a URL the declaration for this Django project. And right now you can see that we have just admin in here. Now if I go to the admin, so you can see that this is the Django administration panel. Right now we haven't created our super user, but we will talk about this. So just keep in mind that this is for the URL configuration for the Django project. And also there are some more files. We have asg.py, so it's an entry point for asg compatible web services to serve your project. And also we have wsgi.py, it's an entry point for wsgi compatible web servers. So like this you can create your first project in Django. So you have learned that how you can create your first project in Django. Now we're going to create our first app in Django, and also we're going to talk about Django administration panel. Now, first of all, if you see Django documentation, so creating apps. So now each application you write in Django consists of Python package that follows a certain convention. Now Django comes with a utility that automatically generates the basic directory structure of an app. So you can focus on writing code rather than creating directories. Now, what are the difference between projects and also apps? So we have created our project. Now we want to create our apps. Now the difference is this, that a project and so an app is a web application that does something. For example, a weblog system, a database of public records, or a small pool app. Now, a project is a collection of configuration and apps for a particular website. Now, a project can contain multiple apps, and apps can be in multiple projects. Now, let me just give you an example. For example, you're going to create a blog app in Django. Now, for example, you have a separate page for contact, for example, contact us or about us. Or for example, if you have a form, now you can create different apps, separate apps for these pages. For example, you can create an app for the contact us, or you can create an app for the about us. So like this you can use, and you can see that it's telling that a project can contain multiple apps. You can create one app, two app, 5 app, or 10 app, whatever you want. It's according to your requirements. Now, so creating of app is easy, so we can use Python manage.py after that start app, and you need to give your app name. So now let's just create our first app in Django. So I'm going to just say Python manage.py and start app. So I want to call my app API. So let me just call it API because I want to create my build my API in Django. So I'm going to call it API, and after that hit enter. Now our API app is created. Now if you check, so you can see this is API, and we have some files in here. We have migrations files, so it's related to the database stuff, and we have an init.py, so it's an MPD file from Python, and we have admin.py. Now this is the place that you can register your models. So right now we haven't learned about the models, that what are models and how you can create models. So now this is the place that you can add, for example, let me just tell you that you can add your database tables. You can register your database tables in here. After that we have apps.py, so it's the configuration for our this app that we have created. And we have models.py. Now the models.py file, now this is the file that we are going to create our database tables, or we can say database models. For example, if you want to create a student table, you can just create a student table in here. So we will talk about this in the later part of the videos. So we have tests.py, it's used for testing of the web application, and we have views.py. Now the views.py is also one of the important files, because in here you need to create your view functions. We'll talk about this in a minute. So now so this was our app, and what we want to do is now that right now if you see if we go to localhost admin, you can see that we have a Django administration panel. Now we need to create an administration panel, basically a username and password, that we can access that main panel of Django. So what we want to do is in here, now if you see documentation of Django, so for the Django admin site, so one of the most powerful parts of the Django is the automatic admin interface. Now it reads metadata from your models to provide a quick model-centric interface where trusted users can manage content on your site. So that means recommended use is limited to an organization, internal management tools, and it's not intended for building your entire front end around. Now let's create this. So if you see in here, so now let me just show you that how you can do this. So let me just clear buffer. Okay, now I want to use Python manage.py, and after that you can use create super user. Hit enter. Now the first thing is that you need to add the username. So for the username, let me just give it my name, and after that you can add an email address, whatever you want, you can just add it. And now you need to add your password. So let me just add password my name, and you need to make it again. So the password is too similar to the username, so I don't mind because it's just a development. So I'm going to just say yes. Okay, now our super user is created. Now if I go to the so this is my admin panel, so you can just say admin, and you will see this admin panel. Now I want to add my username, and also I want to add my password, and click on the login. So now you can see that we have our Django administration panel. Now if you go to the users, so you can see that we have this users that we have already created, and it is a super user. If you click on this user, you can see that you can update this user. For example, you can add first name, last name. So this is the email address and the permissions. It's active and it's a super user. So like this you can create your app, and also you can work with Django administration panel. Alright guys, now in this part we want to talk about the views functions, and also creating URLs and mapping the view function into the URLs. Now if you see in here, so we have our Django project, and right now this page is by default by Django. So we want to change this. Now if you see in our API app, we have views.py. So this is our views.py. So let me just close these files. And also in our API project we have a urls.py. So this is the main urls.py for the project, and we have already learned that how we can use that main in here. Now first what we want to do is to create a view function in here. So you can use a view function, you can just use Python functions. So we can just say, for example, div index, and after that you can give the request. Now in here you can do whatever you want. For example, you can render a template. Now for the purpose of this course, we are not using Django as a front end. We are going to just use Django as a backend. So if you're using Django as a front end, you can just render the template in here. So for example, you can just say return render, and in here you can add request, and you can render your template in here, for example index.html. But we're not going to render any templates in here because we want to use Django as a backend. So what I want to do is in here to map my URL, I'm going to just import HTTP response. So HTTP response, and in here I want to just say HTTP response, and let me just say it is working. Okay, now we have created our view function. Now if I refresh my page, you can see that nothing happens because we need to map this view function to the URLs. Now we have a urls.py in here. You can do it in here, there is no problem. You can just map this in here. Now let me just show you that how you can do it in here. So there are two ways that you can do this. Okay, now in here what I want to do is to import this index from the API app. So what I want to do is to say from API dot views, I want to import index, and in here let me just create a new path. So it should be index, and this is index. Okay, now if I refresh my Django project, so you can see that it's working, and this is the view function that we have created in here, so it's working. Now this was the first way. The second way is, now it's a recommended way that you can just create a urls.py file in your API app. So I'm going to just call it urls.py, and we need to include this urls.py in our main project URLs. So instead of doing this, what I want to do is to include this. Let me just remove this, and here I want to import include. So now I can, in here I can say path, and this is our index, and I want to include from my API app. So API, I want to include .urls, so API.urls. So now let me just copy this and bring this. So now this is my API project URLs. Now this is the urls.py that is located in my API app. So in here, let me just remove this at main and remove this include. So I don't need this include in here, and in here, so for example, let me just make it index. And what I want to do is to import this index from my views.py. So I can say that from .views, it means that from the current directory views file, I want to import index. And in here we can say index. So now if I refresh this, you can see that the result is the same. Now, so these stuffs are related to Django. We will change this in the further part of the video, because when we're going to build our APIs, we will use Django REST Framework routers in here. Now we want to learn that how you can create models in Django. So if you see Django documentation, now a model is the single definitive source of information about your data. It contains the essential fields and behaviors of the data you are storing. And generally each model maps to a single database table. Now we can say that a model is nothing but it is just a database table. Now you can see that each model is a Python class that subclasses or extends django.db.models.model, and also each attribute of the model represents a database field. So now if you see there is an example in here, so you can see that we have a class person. It means that we are telling Django that create a table at name of person in our database. And you can see that it's extending from models.model. Now we want to tell Django that this table, or we can say model person, there are two fields for this. We have a first name. So now we are using models.character field. Now it should be character field. Now there are different field options that you can use, and the max length is 30. And also last name, it's also a char field, and the max length is 30. Now we are going to tell Django that create a table at name of person. Now we want the fields of first name and also last name for the person table. Now there is also another field that is ID. Now the ID is auto incremented. You don't need to add ID in here. So for right now, for example, in the class person, we have 3 fields. So we have ID, first name, and also last name. Now, if you see for the model field reference in Django documentation, so we have different field options. So you can see that right now we have used this in here. It's used, for example, max length, and it's 30, but there are different field options that you can use. For example, blank, choices, and if I come down, so you can see that if you see that Django documentation, it's a complete documentation, and we have So you can see we have default, editable, error message, primary key, unique, and validators. And you can see that these are the field types. We have autofield, big autofield, big integer field, binary field, boolean, and you can see that it's a used character field, and you can see it's a string field for small to large sized strings. So there are different fields that you can use in here. Okay, now let's create our model. So if you see in here, we have a models.py file. Now this is the place that you can create your models. So I'm going to create a class article. We will use this class article model for our building our backend API. So now this is just a simple model where we have, now we need to first extend from model.model. And we want to create two fields. So the first one is title. It is models.char field or car field, and we can add max length, for example 100. And also we want to create a description in here, so this description, and we can add so this should be a models.text field, so like this. So we have a class article. It means that we are going to create a article table in our database in our db.sqlite tree. So for right now you can see that we don't have this table in here and in this section. So for this we have a field of title, and also we have a field of description. Now the ID is auto incremented. So after creating of the model, what you want to do is to do migrations and also migrate your project. So for right now, if I do, you will, so first let me just do this. So after creating of the model, first you need to do Python. So first let me just clear this, and so we can say Python manage.py make migrations. So you can see that we are receiving no change detected, even though we have added a models in here. Now it's because when you create your app, you need to add your app name in the settings.py. So we need to open our settings.py, and after that in the installed apps we can add our API like this. Now if I do, so let me just do Python manage.py make migrations. Now if I run this, so you can see that it's telling that create model article. Now it's created a file of this file initial.py. Now if I check my migrations in here, so you can see that I have this file in here. Now if I open this file, you can see that we have a table of article, and these are the fields, and the ID is auto field, and it's auto created, and also it's primary key. And if you see for the title, we have a title, and also we have description, as we have already specified this in our article model. Now we have created this file. After this you need to migrate this. So using migrate, you can push or you can add these this table with these fields in your SQLite database. So we can just say Python manage.py migrate, and you can see applying API. And now if I check my refresh my this SQLite database, now let me just refresh this table, so you can see that I have API article in here. So ID, title, and description. Right now there is no data in here. Okay, now what I want to do is to add my this table, article table, in my admin panel or administration panel. Now if you see in here, I have an admin, and I have this is my admin. So I want to register my this model in here. So if you have remembered, I have admin.py, and this is the place that you can register your models. Now I want to register my this article model in here. So first you need to import, so from dot models import article. Now there are two ways that you can do it. So the first way is the easiest way, that you can just say admin dot site dot register, and you can add your article in here. So now if I check my admin panel, so we have articles in here, and you can see that we have, now we can add article. So let me just say this is article, and this is description. And if I save this, you can see that we have, right now you can see that we are not seeing we are seeing article object. Now if you want to see the string of the data, so in your models.py you need to add diff str, and we can just return self.title. Now if I refresh this, you can see that now this is article. So this was the first way. Now if you want to customize your main panel, then you can use another way. So you can create a class in here, and you can use decorators for that. So now let me show you the second way. In here we can just create a class, and we can call it, for example, article model, and we can add admin dot model admin, and in here what I want to do is to register. So I can say admin dot register, and we want to register our article model. And in here I want to just, so now you can add your filters. For example, I want to just add list filter, and I want to make it according to the, if you see my models.py, we have title and all, title and description. So we can say title description. So now if I refresh my admin panel, so you can see in here we have filters, so by title and also by description, and you can add for example list display. So title and description. Let me just copy this and bring it in here, and so now you can see we have title and description in here. So there are different things that you can do. For example, date hierarchy, you can, if you have date, you can do it like according to the date, and also you can do it according to the ordering, if you can use also this. So like this you can work with the Django models, and we will use this model for our, and also we will create a serializer for this model in the next video. In this part, we're going to talk about serialization. Now, before sending the data to the client or frontend, we need to do serialization on our data or models. Now, if you see the documentation of Django REST Framework, serializers allow complex data such as query sets and model instances to be converted to native Python data types that can then be easily rendered into JSON or XML. Now, if you see, so this was the API guide. Now, if you see the serialization in here, we have already installed our Django REST Framework, and also we have our, now after installation, what you need to do is to add the REST framework in your installed app. So we need to just copy this. So let me just copy this, and we need to open our settings.py, and in the installed apps you can see that we have our API. Also we can add our REST framework, so like this. Okay, so after installation and after adding our REST framework to the installed apps, if you come down, we need to create a model. So we have already created our model, and you can see in here we have a simple model, a class article model, that we have a title and also description as a field. Now we want to create serializer for our this article model. So after that, now we need to, after creating of the model, we need to create our serializer class. Now you can see that the first thing we need to get started on our web API is to provide a way of serializing and deserializing the model instances into representations such as JSON. So we can do this by declaring serializers that work very similar to Django forms. Now if you're familiar with the Django forms, so we have form and also we have model form. Now the serializer is the same concept. So you can see that they have an example in here. So they have the model that is a snippet model, and they have a serializer class that is a snippet serializer. Now you can see that in here we have serializers.serializer. Now there are different types of serializers that you can use. We have serializer, we have model serializer, we have hyperlink serializer, and we will learn about the serializer. So first we will talk about this serializer. Now when you're using the serializer, so you need to add your fields, your all fields from the models in here. So now if you see the API guide in here, so let me just come down. So you can see that the serializers and REST framework work very similar to Django form and model form. So we provide serializer class, which gives you a powerful generic way to control the output of your responses. Now, as well as a model serializer class, which provides a useful shortcut for creating serializers that deal with model instances and query sets. Now, if you're familiar with the Django, we have form and we have model form. Now, when you're going to create your form, you need to specify all the fields that you have in your model. Now, if you're using model form, you can just specify the fields. You don't need to add, for example, the type of the field in here. Now, it has the same concept. We have serializer and we have model serializer. So right now we're going to talk about the serializer. Now, if you see in here, now you can see that it's a snippet serializer, and right now we're using serializer. And if you see the model in here, so we have these fields for the snippet model, and here you can see in the snippet serializer we are specifying all the fields in here like this. And also these are the methods, so create method and also update method in here. So if you come down and if you see we have model serializer, and you can see that in here we don't need to specify all the field types in here, so we can just say fields and we can add ID, title, and these information in here. Now let's first just use this serializer, and we will learn that from scratch that how we can use this. So now what I want to do is to create a new file, Python file, in my API app, and I'm going to call it Serializers. So Serializers. Now in here what I want to do is to first we need to import our serializer from the REST framework. So we can just say from REST framework import serializers. Also we need to import our model because we want to serialize this article model. So we can just say from .models import article. Now we need to create our class article serializer. So I'm going to just call it article serializer. And in here you need to specify the type of the serializer that you want to use. So we are going to use serializer. So you can see we have also model serializer, but we are going to use serializer. Now, as I have already said, that when you're using serializer, you need to specify the model type that you have. So we have title and description. Let me just copy this and paste it in here. So now instead of models, we need to use serializers. So serializers and also serializers. Now for the text field, we don't have anything in the serializer class, so we need to change this to character field like this. So you can add a max length if you want. You can just, for example, add a max length of 400 or whatever you want. So this is our serializer class. Now we need to create our some methods. So we want to create and return a new article instance given the validated data. So in here we need to just use create. So for creating of the article, and you can see it's using validated data, and in here we can just return article dot objects dot create. So because we want to create the article and we are going to use the validated data. And also you can use update. So using the update method, we can update and return an existing article instance given the validated data. So we can just say diff update. So diff update, and in here we can add our so let me just copy this, or we can just say instance dot title. We have validated data dot get, and we can add title and also instance dot title. So we are going to just copy this, and we want to do the same for the description. So this should be description, description, and also description. So sorry, instance dot description. So now we have created our serializer class. So it's instance dot description. So dot, and we can just add description in here. Okay, now we've created our serializers.py file. Now we want to do some operations and we want to serialize our data. Okay, now I'm going to open my terminal. So let me just or we can just say make this window, because I want it should be bigger. So now the first thing is that we need to import. So from API.models, we are going to import our article model. So article from, oh sorry, we need to change our directory. So let me just clear buffer. So cd API project, and now we can say from API.models we are going to import article from is oh sorry, we need to just open our Django shell. So I'm doing this in the PyCharm and terminal. So we need to just say python manage.py shell. And now we can do our works in the shell. So we can just say from API.models we want to import article, and after that from API.serializer we are going to import our article serializer. So article serializer. So now from this serializers file we want to import article serializer class. Now let me just hit enter. Oh no, module API.serializer. Why I'm receiving this error? Oh, it's serializers, so I have made a mistake again. So it's serializers, and we can just say we can give it. Okay, now we have imported our article model and also article serializer. Also we need to import, so from REST framework. So from REST framework dot renderers we want to import JSON renderer. So JSON renderer. So from REST framework dot renderers we are going to import JSON renderer, and also we need to import parser. So from REST framework dot parsers we want to import a JSON parser. So JSON parser. So from REST framework dot parsers, we want to import a JSON parsers. So now these are the imports. Now what we want to do is to create an article. So we can just say article, and we need to give a title for the article. So we can just say article title, and also we want to create a description. So this description, and we can say this is description. So this description. Okay, now after doing this, we need to save our article. So a dot save, and if I see my localhost admin, if I log in, and in the articles, so we can see the second article in here. So this is article, it's that we have created. So now this is the article title. Okay, so now we can use our article serializer to serialize our data. So we have an article serializer in here. Now what we want to do is to create a serializer. So serializer, and we can say article serializer, and after that we can add our article in here. And now if you see serializer dot data, so you can see we have title and also description. Now at this point we have translated the article model instance into Python native data types. That's we can say that that's dictionary. Now to finalize the serialization process, we render the data into JSON. So now what we want to do is to create JSON in here, and we can just say JSON parser, JSON renderer, not parser. So JSON renderer, and we can say dot render, and in here you need to add your serializer dot data. So serializer dot data. Now if we see JSON, so now you can see that it is converted to the JSON. Now also you can do deserialize your data. So deserializing is similar, it's similar to the serialization. So first we parse a stream into Python native data type. So we can just say, for example, import. So we can say import IO, and in here what we want to do is to create a stream in here. So a stream, and we can say IO dot bytes IO, and we can add our JSON in here, so our serialized data. And after that we can just create a data, and we can say JSON parser. So parser dot parse, and we want to parse our stream. So stream. After that we restore those native data types into a dictionary of validated data. So in here we can just say serializer and article serializer. We can add data, and now we can if we see serializer dot is valid, so we're receiving true, and now we can say serializer dot validated data. So you can see that it is converted to order dictionary of Python. So like this you can work with the simple serializations. We will talk model serializer in the next video. Alright guys, now let's talk about the model serializer. So we have saw that how you can use serializer, and this time we are going to use model serializer. Now if you see our serializer.py file, and here we are duplicating the code, we are reusing the code. Now it's not a good idea. If you see in here, we have, for example, title serializers dot char field or car field. We have in here, and if you see our models.py, we have the same fields in here. Now if you see the documentation of Django, it's telling that it would be nice if we could keep our code a bit more concise. Now in the same way that Django provides form classes and also model form classes, as I've already mentioned, REST framework includes both serializer class and also model serializer classes. Now we have saw the serializer in here, the serializer example. Now we will take a look at the model serializer example. So now there's an example in the REST documentation. So they have a snippet serializer, and you can see this time in here it's using model serializer. Now when you're using model serializer, you can just create a class meta, and in here you want to add your model. So for which model you want to create serializer. So in here it's using a snippet model, and also you need to specify that what fields you want to do serialization. For example, in here it's ID, title, code, and these informations. Now if you see the API section, API guide in the model serializer, now it's telling that the model serializer class is the same as regular serializer class, except that it will automatically generate a set of fields for you based on the model. So as we have these fields based on our models like this. And also it will automatically generate validators for the serializer. So there are some validators that are created automatically by model serializer, for example, unique together validators. And also it includes simple default implementation of .create and .update. So it is by default it's created. Now if you see in our serializer, in here we have added these two methods, but in model serializers we don't need to do this. So now let's create our model serializer. Now what I want to do is I want to remove this because I don't need these fields in here. So let me just remove this, and this time instead of serializer I want to use model serializer. After that we need to specify our class, now our inner class, so it's class meta. Now we want to create our model, so we want to say that based on this model serialize my data. So I can just say my model is article, and after that you need to specify the fields. So which fields you want to do the serialization. So for example, we want ID, we want title. So it is the fields that we want to, for example, when we want to retrieve the API. So these are the fields that we want. So title and also description. So description. So now you can see that how simply we have created our model serializer, and you don't need to add a bunch of stuff in here, repeated stuffs. So now let me just show you the representation of this. What I want to do is to open my Django shell, so python manage.py shell, and in here the first thing is that I need to import, so from API dot serializers, so serializers, we are going to import article serializer, so article serializer. And now we can create our serializer, so serializer, and we can say article serializer, and now we can print the representation of the serializer, so serializer. So you can see that this is the representation. We have ID, title, and also character field in here. Alright guys, now we've created our serializer, our model serializer. Now it's time to write some Django views for our serializer. So right now we're not going to talk about REST framework features. We're going to just create some basic Django views, view functions that we can get our all articles, we can update the articles using the API, and also we can delete the articles. So now let's just open our views.py. So this is our views.py. Now this was an index that we have already created in the in our videos, so let me just remove this because we don't need this. Now what I want to do is to create a simple function. I'm going to just call it article list. So article list, and we need to pass request in here. So now we want to get our all articles. So get all articles. So now what we want to do is to first we want to check, so if request dot method is get, we want to get our all articles. So what you need to do is to import, so from dot models we want to import our article model. Now we can just say articles article dot objects dot all. So we are going to get our all articles from the database, and we want to store that in the articles variable. Now after that we need to serialize our this query set. So we need to import our article serializer. So if you see, we have a model serializer in here. So we need to import this. So we can just say from dot serializers import article serializer. We have added in the models, not in the model. We need to add this in our views.py. So let me just close some files from here because I don't need, so let me just add it in here. So what I want to do is to say serializer, so serializer and article serializer, and here you need to add your articles. So let me just add it articles. Also, because you can see that in here we have a query set, and we are going to serialize an object or a query set. So now what you want to do is to also add many to true. So if you want to serialize a query set, you need to just add many to true. And now we need to just return a JSON response. So first let me just import this. So from Django.http we want to import JSON response, and we can just say return JSON response, and we want to response our serializer.data and also save to false. So now if our request is, so request.method is post, we can create a data, and we need to create a JSON parser. So we need to import this from Django. So from REST Framework dot parsers, we want to import JSON parser. So data, and we can say JSON parser dot parse, and in here we need to add our request. After this we need to create our serializer. So let me just copy this serializer and paste it in here. So we can just add data, and now we need to check. So if serializer dot is valid, we are going to save our serializer. So serializer dot save, and we need to just return. Let me just copy this. Return a JSON response. And this is serializer.data, and we can add a status in here. So we want to add 201, so it means 201 is created. And if there was an error, we can just return a JSON response, and this time we want to say serializer.errors, and this should be 400. Okay, now we have created our get and also post methods. Now let's open our urls.py. So this is my URL. So let me just so this time from .views I'm going to import article list, and I'm going to just say articles, and we need to add our article list in here. Now let me just run this, run my Django API. And if I go to localhost port 8000, and if I go to the articles, so articles, so page not found, articles, so let me just add this in here. Now let me just check this. So you can see that we have our articles. So ID1, this is the title, description, ID2, and we have in here. So now let me just hit this URL using the postman. So this is the postman, and let me just paste it in here. So now the method is get, and now if I send, so you can see that I have my data in here, and it's the 200 OK, and these are the data that I have in here. So now let me just post, let me just create another one. So this time I want to post, because if you see in here in my views.py I have post also, so I should post in here. So now let me just copy this in here and paste it in here, and I want to use post. So let me just copy this data from here, so one of the data, and from here I can go to the body and row, so row, change this to JSON, and let me just remove the ID because it is auto created, and I can just say new article title, and this is a new description. Okay, so now if I send this, I should receive an error, and I will tell that why. So let me just send this. You can see that we are receiving forbidden. Now if you see the documentation of Django REST Framework, if you come down, so note that because we want to be able to post to this view from clients that won't have a CSRF token, we need to mark the view as CSRF exempt. Now this isn't something that you would normally want to do, and REST Framework views actually use more sensible behavior than this. So we need to add this in here. So let me just copy this, and I can just add it at the top. Also we need to import this. So where is it? Yeah, I think this is. So from django.views.decorators.csrf, you want to import csrf exempt and paste it in here. Okay, now this time I want to add data. So I want to add this data, and let me just send this. So you can see that 201 created, and this is the message that we are receiving from here. So if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, and we want to just return a JSON response of 201 status. And so now we have the third data, so you can see the ID is third, and if I get this articles, you will see that I have a third ID article in here. So let me just get, so 1, 2, and this is the third, so new article title, and this is new description. Alright guys, now we've created our get and also post. Now we need to just do some functionality for example, updating the data or deleting the data, or getting a specific article. For example, in here, if I say, for example, article 1, so I should receive an article 1 in here. So let's do that. So I need to create a new view function. So let me just first add at CSRF exempt, and I can just say if article details. We can add a request, and also we need to add a primary key in here. Now we need to get our data according to the specific ID or PK. So we can just say article dot objects. This time we're going to use get and PK, and also we need to create an except block in here. So except article dot does not exist. So if there is no article, what I want to do is to return an HTTP response, and so I can give status to 404. Now if request.method is get, what we want to do is to create our serializer. So we can just say serializer, article serializer, and we need to add our article object in here, and we can just return an JSON response with the serializer.data. So in the elif, if our request.method is, so request.method is put, not post, so put, so it's for updating, we need to just do the we need to do the same as this, like this. Let me just copy this and paste it in here. I will bring some change. So we are using JSON parser.parse, and we need to create our serializer. So this is article serializer, and in here we need to add also our article and the data. And if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, and we want to return the HTTP response. Let me just remove this. You can leave it in here, or you can remove it, there is no problem. So let me just remove it from here. Okay, now or we can just leave it in here, so 400 for this. And if it is request.method is delete, so we want to delete the article, and also we can just return an HTTP response with the status 204. It is no content. Okay, now we have created our view function. So we have get post, we have for specific article, and we have for update, and also we have for delete. Now we can open our urls.py file, and in here we need to add a new path. So I can just say articles, so we can just import article details, and we can add int pk. Okay, now we are ready, and if I check the first article, so you can see that I am receiving the first article, and if I see the third article, I am receiving the third article in here. Now let's just do this in our Postman. So now this is get, and so in here I want to, so let me just do this in here, and I want to get article 3. So you can see that I have article 3 in here, and if I say article 2, I have article 2 in here. So now let me just click close this, don't save, and I want to create a new one. So now I can get the article. Now let's update the article. So this time I want to use put like this, and I want to change the second article. So I can just go to the body and form data, or we can say a row we are using, and we want to use JSON. And let me just copy this and paste it in here. Let me just remove the ID because ID is in here, and we can say updated data and updated description. So updated description. Now if I send, so now you can see the second ID is updated. Now if I get my articles, and I should see the updated data in here. So this is the first one, and if I come down, so you can see that this is the second ID, and the title is updated, and also description is updated. So we can delete, so we want to delete our second article. So this time I'm going to use delete, and if I send, so you can see that 204 no contents, it means that the data is deleted. And if I get this, you will see that I don't have the second data in here. So this is the first one, and I don't have the second one, so I have the third one directly. So also you can do it in here. So if you see the articles, we have ID 1 and we have ID 3, we don't have ID 2. Alright guys, now in this part we're going to talk about the response objects, status codes, and also wrapping API views, or how we can use APIView decorators and function based views. Now in the response objects, you can see that the REST framework also introduces a response object, which is a type of template response that takes unrendered content and uses content negotiation to determine the correct content type to return to the client. Also, we have status codes. Now, using numeric HTTP status codes in your views does not always make for obvious reading. Now, if you see in here right now, we are using numeric status code, but we are going to change this. So, and it's easy to not notice if you get an error code wrong. Now, REST framework provides more explicit identifiers for each status code, such as, for example, HTTP 400 badge request in the status module. Also, we will learn that how you can add APIView decorators. So you can see the REST framework provides two wrappers you can use to write API views. We have this API views decorator for working with the function-based views, and also this API view, it's for class, that when you're going to work with a class-based view. So we will use this because we have function-based API views in here. And also, one of the good thing about using this API view decorator is this, that we can access the browsable API view of the Django REST framework. So if I come down in the browsability, now having a browser, a web browsable API is a huge usability win and makes developing and using your API much easier. It's also dramatically lowers the barrier to entry for other developers. Now, even though you're using Postman, but it's good to have some information about the Django REST framework browsable API. So now let's bring change to our code. So this is our views.py, and so I'm going to remove this because now I don't need to this. So we need to just remove this, and even you can remove the import from here. Now what I want to do is from REST framework, so from REST framework dot decorators, I want to import API view, and in here I can say API view, and the methods are get and also post. Now also we need to bring change to our this code, because this time we are not using JSON response, we are using response. So we need to import this. We are going to from REST framework dot response. So we want to import response, and why we have error in here? Okay, so because we have removed this, let me just remove also this. Okay, now what we want to do is, so if the request.method is get, we are going to get all the articles or objects, and we want to add our data to the article serializer, and after that we want to return response, and we are going to just use serializer.data, and let me remove this. And in the post we also need to bring some changes. This time I don't need this JSON parser. So we have our serializer, and this is our article. Now this time we're going to get the data from the request, so request.data. And if serializer is valid, we want to save that, and we want to just return response serializer.data. And now we need to change this. So first we need to import from REST framework, import status, and this is status 201. So we can just say status 201 created. And if there was an error, we also want to return response, and this time it is status dot 400 batch request. Okay, now let me just check this, that how it's working. So now this is my articles. Now if I okay, now you can see that we have a browsable API. So from the Django REST framework, you can see we can post and we can get, and these are the articles that we have. And so for example, you want to post the data in here. Now let me just copy this and paste it in here. So we want to use application JSON, and let me remove the ID because it's auto created, and we can say from browsable API, and you can add my description, for example, whatever you want, you can just add it, and we can post this. So you can see the ID4 is added, and if I get, and we have our data in here. And you can see that this is our ID4 that we have in here. Now let's bring change to our rest of the methods. So let me just copy this, and in here let me just add it in this section. So this time we are getting the articles, and we want to return in here, let me just return response, and we can say for the status, so status dot 404 not found. And if this is get, we can add our article serializer, and we need to just return response the serializer dot data, and this is the put, so we are going to just remove this, and we want to just get our data from the request.data, and we are checking if it's valid. We want to save it, and we want to return response and also response, so it should be status dot 400 bad request. And the last one is delete, and you can just say response, and this is our status dot 201 or 204 no content. Okay, now it is completed. So if I check my browsable API, so and for example, if I go to the first article, so I have, but I'm not seeing Okay, so we have made a mistake. So this is get put and also delete. And now, so you can see that now I have delete in here and also I have put. Now if I go to the articles, so I have just post in here. Now if I go to the first article, you can see that I have put and also delete. So first let me just update the first data, so we can just add it in here. So ID is 1 and I want to say updated and updated description, so updated. So if I put, you can see that this is updated. If I get my data, so let me just go to the articles, so you can see that the first one is updated. And you can delete, for example, I want to delete the first one, so I can just click on delete and delete, so it's deleted. You can see that 204 no content. And if I go to the articles, I don't have the first one, I have third and also fourth one. Okay, we have saw that how you can use function-based API views in Django REST Framework. Now it's time to talk about class-based API views. Now, if you see Django documentation, Django REST Framework, it's telling that we can also write our API views using class-based views rather than function-based views. As we will see, this is a powerful pattern that allows us to reuse common functionality and help us keep our code dry. It means don't repeat yourself. Now, if you see our function-based API view, so that we have already created, and this is, so what I want to do is to just comment out this because I will use some code from this part. Okay, now I want to create, first I need to import, so from here I can, so let me remove this comment. So I can say from REST Framework dot Decorators, we are going to import API view. Now we can create our class, so we can just say class article list, and now we can extend from the API view. So it's simple. Now we need to use our methods in here. So we have get method and post method, put methods in our this class based view. Now I can say diff get. So first I want to get my all articles, and also I want to post some articles using my API. So I can say request in here. Now let's copy some code from our previous part. So now if request.method is get, now we can just copy this code and bring this in here. So we can get our all articles, and after that we can serialize that, and we return a response of our data. So this was for the get, and now we can use post, so diff post, and we can say request, and let's copy our code. So this is the code, and we are going to paste it in here. So we have our serializer in here. We want to serialize our data, and after that we're going to check that if the serializer is valid, we want to save that. And after that we are going to return a response in here that is 201. It means that the article is created or posted, and if there was an error or if our serializer is not valid, we can just return serializer.errors in here with the 400 path request. So now, so we have done this. Now let's check this before adding our all methods. So Now what I want to do is to open my urls.py. So let me just bring this in here because we are not using this. Now we need to import our article list, and we are going to comment out these two. So this is articles, and this time we are going to use article list dot as view. So dot as view, because we are using classes, so we need to add as view in here. So now let's check this, and okay, now it's reloading. So now if I refresh my page, you can see that I am receiving the same result, and this time we have used class-based API views. Now let's do this for our all methods that we have. So we have put, delete, and also get the specific article. Let's create another class, and I'm going to just call it class article details. So we can extend from the APIView. So first we need to get our object or get our article, so we can say get object. So it is diff, not det. So we can add self in here, and also we need to pass the ID. Now we can just use, let me just come down. So we're going to use this try in here. Let me copy and bring this in this section. So we are going to get the article, so this time we are going to use ID, or we can add ID in here. So we are going to get our articles, and if there was no article, we are going to just return 404 not found. And in here we need to just return this. We don't need to save that, so we need to return the article. And now we can use get. So diff get. Now we can add self, request, and also ID. And let's copy this code and paste it in here. So this time we are going to use self.get object, and we need to pass the ID in here. We serialize the data, and also we don't need this in here. And okay, so we serialize the data and we return a response in here. So this was for the get. Now let's do for the put. So diff put, and we can add request and also ID. We can simply copy our code. So for the put from here, and this is the put. And this time what we want to do is to first get the article. So we can just copy this code from here. So let me just remove this. Okay, now we have article. So we have we want to serialize our data, and we are checking the serializer, and after that we can save that. So this was for the put, and the last one is diff delete. So we can add request and also ID. So delete is also simple, as we have done it already, and we can just copy this. What we want to do is to just bring this in here, because we want to get the article, and after that we are going to delete the article. So this is our article details. Now we need to add this in the urls.py, and we can just add our pattern here. So this time it's int id, and we can add article details. So now let's check our API. Let me refresh this. So there is no problem, it was the get. Now if I for example, I want to get the third article, or the third article. So we have a type error, and let me just check that where is the problem. Alright guys, now the error is in here, so I should add id is id, so like this. And so also this is not a problem, we can just make it a single article because we want to get one article. Now the main problem was in here, so id. And now let me just get the third article. Now you can see we have our third article. Now you can see that we have delete and also put or update. Now I want to update this data. I can copy this and bring it in here, so I can remove the id, and in here you can just add it, for example, updated title and updated description. So updated description, and I can put this, so you can see that this is updated. Now if I get the article, so you can see that this is updated. Now you can remove this. So for example, I want to remove this, the third one, and I can just say delete. You can see that 204 no content, and we can check this, so we don't have the third data in here. Okay, now let's test this API using the Postman. And so I can get the article. I have just one article in here. I can post the article. So let me just post an article, and let me just copy this in the body, row, and JSON. So what I can say that this is the new data, and you can see Postman. Let me just say new description, and I can send. So you can see that we have 201 created, and this data is added. If I get my data again, so you can see that I have two articles. You can see that this is the fourth ID, and this is the fifth ID that I have added newly. So also you can put, so for example, I want to put, so I want to bring change to the fifth article, so this article, and we can say updated Postman, updated description, and if I send, so you can see 200 OK, and it is updated Postman and updated description. If I get my articles, you can see that the fifth one is updated. Also you can delete, so I want to delete the fifth one, and I can just say delete and send this. So 204 no content, and this is deleted. And if I check, you can see that I don't have the fifth ID in here, like this. So like this you can work with the class-based API views in Django REST Framework. Alright guys, now we're going to talk about the Mixins. If you see Django REST Framework documentation, one of the big wins of using class-based views is that it allows us to easily compose reusable bits of behaviors. Now the create or retrieve, update, delete operations that we have been using so far are going to be pretty similar for any model backend API view we create. So now those bits of common behavior are implemented in REST framework Mixin classes. Now let me show you the example. So you can see that they have an example in here and they are using Mixins. So now let's change our code. So this is our class article details and also class article list. So what we want to do is to first import. So from REST framework we are going to import generics, and from REST framework we are going to import Mixins. Okay, now what we want to do is to remove I want to remove all of these codes from here, or what I can do is, let me just comment this, because like this, or we can remove it, so no problem. So let me just remove these two from here, and this time what I want to do is to use Mixins. So I'm going to use generics.generate API view, generic API view. So this is my API view that I'm using, and after that you can use the Mixins. So there are different Mixins, for example, for listing of our articles or for listing of our model objects we can use model Mixin, list model Mixin. So we can use Mixins.list model Mixin. And now let me just so after adding this Mixin, what you can do is to create your query set. So we can say query set, and this is article.objects.all. And also we need to add the serializer class, so it is article serializer. So now this is our article list, and this is just a simple, we can just list our article, so it's just used for listing our article, and right now we cannot post. Now let me just check my browsable API. Okay, now you can see so we're receiving method get is not allowed, article list. Let me just check this. Okay, this is because we have forgot to add the method. Now if you see the documentation for the Django REST Framework, so after adding query set and serializer, in here you need to get your data. So let me just remove this, we don't need this. Now this method is used for getting of the all articles. Now let me check this again. So now you can see that I have my one article in here. So it was just for getting off the article. So now we want to use creating or posting data. So for that we need to use another Mixin. So we can use Mixins dot create model Mixin. So it is used for creating of the model. And after that what we want to do is to post the data. So we can just use self request, and I can return self dot create, and in here we can add request. So now let me just refresh my page. Okay, now you can see that we have a form in here, and it's because we have used create model Mixin and also post method in here. Now we can post in here. Let me just add Mixin, whatever you want. Let me just say Mixin add a title and Mixin add a description, and now I can post. So you can see the ID is added, and if I get, you can see that now I have to ID in here. So this was for getting and also posting the data. Now also there are for updating or deleting or getting a specific article also we can use. Now let me just remove these codes from here. Okay, now okay, I have removed all the codes. Now we can use retrieving our data and also updating data and also deleting the data. So for this, let me first use generic API view, and so the first mixin is for retrieving, it's retrieve model mixin, and after that another mixin that we want to use is update model mixin, and the last one mixin is for deleting of the data. So for this we can use mixins.delete or destroy model mixin. So this is used for retrieving the specific model, this is used for updating the models, and this is used for deleting the model. After that we need to create our query set. So we can use this query set and also serializer class. Like this. Now we can use the get in here. So this time so I want to use request and also ID, and we can just say return self.retrieve. So we have retrieve and we want to pass request and also ID. Now we can add our put, so diff put, and in here we can add request and also ID. So we can say return self.update, and we can add our request ID. And the last method is diff delete, so it's used for deleting. We can add request ID, and we can just say return self.destroy, so it's used for deleting the data, and we can add our request and also ID. So now our article details and also article list is completed. Now we want to check this. So first we are going to use Django REST Framework browsable API. So we can get the data and we can post the data, and there is no problem, we have already done this. So if I want to get a specific data, for example the fourth data, if I hit enter, probably I should receive error. So now let me just run this. You can see that I have received error. It's because it's telling that article details to be called with the URL keyword argument named PK. Now it's expecting PK, primary key, but we are adding ID. So what we want to do is to add a lookup field in here. So in the section we can add a lookup field and we can say ID. Now if I run this, you can see that we are receiving our API data, and we have delete, we have update. For example, I want to update this, we can just say updated my description updated, and I can put, so you can see that API updated, and I can delete this. So now the data is deleted. If I get the data, you can see that I have just one data in here. Now let's do add the functionalities using the Postman we want to do. So we can get the data. So this is our data. We have just one data in here. We can post the data. Now let me just post the data in here, and let me just copy this, and I can just go to the body, and from here row, and change this to JSON. So remove the ID, and we can just add new data and new description in here. So new description, and I can post this. So you can see the ID 7 is added, and if I see my data, you can see that I have 2 articles in here. So this is the first one, the ID 6, and this is the ID 7. Now what we want to do is to update an article. So first we want to just retrieve a specific article. For example, I want to retrieve the 7 one that I have created, and if I send, you can see so method not allowed. Okay, because we are using post and I want to use put. So now I want to new data updated, and if I send, so you can see new data updated, and if I check, so you can see this is updated, and if I get the specific article 7, and I should receive the 7 article in here, you can see that, and also the title is updated. Now the last one is deleting, and we want to delete the 7 data, and I can send. So 204 no content, it means that the data is deleted or the article is deleted. And if I get my all articles, you can see that now I have just 1 article in here. Okay guys, now we have learned that how you can use generic API views with Mixins. Now in this video we want to talk about viewsets and routers. Now if you see the Django REST Framework documentation, now REST Framework includes an abstraction for dealing with viewsets that allows the developer to concentrate on modeling the state and interactions of the API, and leave the URL construction to be handled automatically based on common conventions. So now if you see the Django API guide, and it's telling Django REST Framework allows you to combine the logic for a set of related views in a single class called a viewset. In other framework you may also find conceptually similar implementations named something like resources or controllers. Now let's create the example of the viewset and routers, and also we're going to talk about the routers, so how you can use routers. You can see that some web frameworks such as Rails provide functionality for automatically determining how the URLs for an application should be mapped to the logic that deals with handling incoming requests. Now REST Framework adds support for automatic URL routing to Django and provides you with a simple, quick and consistent way of writing your review logic to set a set of URLs. Now before this we have used the default URLs of the Django, and now we need to change this with the routers. So first we will talk about the viewsets, and we want to create the example of the viewsets in here. So now let me just create an example. Okay, now in here I'm going to just create a class. I'm going to just call it class article viewset, and we need to import the viewset. So from REST Framework we are going to import viewsets, and now this class extends from viewsets dot. Now there are different viewsets that you can use. The important one is model viewset. Now we have viewset, we have model viewset, also we have generic viewset. So first let me just show you that how you can use viewset, but we will work with the model viewset. So I'm going to choose viewset in here, and now when you're going to use viewset you need to specify all the CRUD operations that you want to do. So now if you see the documentation of Django REST Framework, let me just come down, you can see that you need to specify the list, retrieve, or for example if you come down we have retrieve, update, partial update and destroy. Now you need to specify these functionalities in your class. Now for example, for listing we can just use diff list, and we can add request in here. So first we need to get our all articles, so we can say article.objects.all, and after that we need to serialize the data, so we can just say serializer article serializer, and we can add our articles, and also because it's a query set we can add many to true, and at the end we can just return a response. We can say that serializer.data. So this is for listing. Also you can create article, so we can just say request, and so we can just copy the serializer, and let me just bring it in here, and I want to remove this, and this time we need to get the data from the request, so request.data. And let's now we need to check that if our serializer is valid. What we want to do, that if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, so serializer.save, and also we can just return a response in here, so serializer.data, and we can add a status in here, so status dot 201 created, and if there was any error we can just copy and paste it in here. So this time we want to say errors, and we can just use 400 bad requests, so dot 400 bad request. Okay, now so we have created our, so right now we are not going to add update or deleting. So also let me just add the retrieve method in here. We can get a specific item, so we can just say diff retrieve. So you can see, if you see the documentation of Django, so this is for retrieving the data. So you can, let me just bring it in here. So we can use self request and also pk, and now we can create a query set in here. So we can say query set article dot objects dot all, and now we need to get one object, so we can just first we need to import, so from Django dot shortcuts import get object or 404. So now we can say article get object or 404. We can add our query set and pk primary key, and now we need to add the serializer in here. You need to just pass article, and also we can just return the serializer.data. So like this. Now we need to just use routers. Now, as I have already showed you the documentation, now there are two ways that you can map your this view set to the URLs. The first way is not recommended. If you see the Django documentation, I think it's in here. So now you can see that if we need to, we can bind this view set into two separate views like this, but typically we wouldn't do this, but would instead register the view set with the router and allow the URL conf to be automatically generated. So for this we are going to use default router. Now we are going to open our urls.py, and we don't need these in here, and what we need to do is to import article view set, and we can just comment this, and we can comment because we are not going to use this, and also from REST Framework dot routers import default router. So first, what we need to create a router in here. So router, and we can say default router, and after that we need to register our router. So we can say router dot register, and in here we can add articles. So we can add article viewset because we are using viewset, so we need to add a base name in here, so it is articles. Okay, now after this, what you need to do is to include that in your URL pattern. So first we need to just import include, and in here we can just use path include, and we can say router dot URLs. Now we are ready, I think. Yeah. So let's check our articles. Okay, now you can see that we have our API in here, so you can create, you can post, and if I get, for example, a specific article, I can retrieve that. You can see, but you can see that I cannot update or delete an article because I haven't added the functionality. So I have just functionality for retrieving the data, for creating, and also listing the data. So now let me just create a data in here, and I can add a new data. So let me just add it in this section. Let me just remove this, and we can say this is added data, this is added description, and I can post. So you can see we have ID 8, this is added data, and if I get, you can see that I have now two data in here. Now let's add the functionality for deleting and also updating of our data. So we can just add update, so diff update. If you see Django REST Framework documentation, so in here we can just come down, and you can see that this is the update. Let me just copy this. So we have self request and also PK or primary key. So first we need to get our object, so we can say article dot object objects dot get pk, and after getting the object we need to serialize our data, and basically we can just use these codes and we can bring it in here. Okay, serializer, article serializer, and we need to add our article in here. So article, and if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, and we want to just return our serializer data with the 201 created. And if there was an error, we are going to just return our error with the 400 bad request. Now let's add our destroy method. So if you see, we have a destroy in here. Let me just copy this. And bring it in here. So now, first we need to get our article. And after that, we can just use article.delete. And we can just return JSON response. So we can say return response with the status of dot 204 no content. So now it's completed and we are going to test this. So first we want to just use Django REST Framework browsable API. So we can get the article and we can post the article. There is no problem. If I see my 8 article, So you can see that this is, and you can see that now I have delete and also I have put or update. First, let me just update the data. And let me just say updated. This is updated, and I can put, and this is updated, and I can delete this. So you can see it is deleted, and if I get to my data, I don't have because it's not found, and I have one data in here. You can do the same functionality using the Postman, and let me just remove these records. So we can get all the data, no problem. We can just get a specific data we can post. So first let me just post a data in here. So I can use post. Okay, let me just copy this, and I can go to the body and row. So let me just remove this, and we can say new title, new description, send. So oh sorry, because we need to change this to JSON, and now I can send. So you can see that new title and new description is added, and if I get this data again, you can see that I have 2 articles. So now this is the newly added. You can get the specific article. For example, I want to get the 9th, and so you can do this in here. So for example, the 9th. So you can see that this is the 9th record, and we can update this. Let me just say put, and I want to just update this. So new title, updated, and now I can send. So you can see this is updated. Also we can delete, so I want to delete this record, and I can just send. So you can see 204 no content, and now the 9th one is deleted. So if so you can see not found, and there is no record in the 9th ID. You can see that I have just one in here. Alright guys, now let's talk about the generic viewset. So we have saw that how you can use viewset, and this is the example that we have already used. So viewsets.viewset. Now another type of viewset is generic viewset. Now you can see that the generic viewset class inherits from generic APIView and provides the default set of getObject and getQuerySet methods and other generic view based behavior, but does not include any actions by default. In order to use a generic viewset class, you will override the class and either mix in the required mixin classes or define the action implementation explicitly. So now when you're using a generic viewset, you need to specify the mixins. Now if you see there are different mixins that you can use for example, for listing the models, you can use list model mixin. We have create model mixin, retrieve model mixin, update and destroy model mixins. Now let's just use this. Okay, now let me just create my example, my new example. So this was from the previous part, and now I don't need to this. Okay, now we're going to just create a class. We can use article viewset, and this time we're going to use viewsets.generic viewset. So now you need to first specify the query set. So we can use the query set, and I can say article.objects.all. And after that you need to specify the serializer class. Now it is article serializer. Alright, right now it's not functional because we have said that when you're using generic view set, you need to specify the Mixins that you want to use. Now, if you see, for example, for listing the articles, we have an article model. We can use list model Mixin, and it provides a .list method that list method that implements listing a query set. Now, if the query set is populated, this returns a 200 OK response with a serialized representation of the query set as the body of the response, and the response data may optionally be paginated. Now, so let's just use this in here. I'm going to use Mixins dot list model Mixin. So now we can check our article list. So you can see that the result is the same, but right now you can see that it's just we are listing, and there's no more functionality like creating or updating or deleting. So for that we need to use another Mixins, and so for example, for creating we can use create model Mixin, and it provides a create method that implements creating and saving a new model instance. If an object is created, this returns a 201 created response with a serialized representation of the object as the body of the response. So now let's just use this create model Mixin, and in here I'm going to use Mixins.create model Mixin. Okay, now right now you can see that we don't have any functionality for creating of our model instance. Now if I refresh this, you can see that now we have a form in here that we can add. So now let me just add a new data in here. So this is the new data, and this is the new description, and I can post. So you can see that it returns 201, it means created, and we have a new article in here. Now if I get the article, you will see that I have two articles. So this is the newly created. Now let's implement the rest of functionality. For example, for retrieving, we can use Mixins dot retrieve model Mixin. So it's used for retrieving a specific article. So for example, if I want to access this article, so the ID is 10, so I can say 10, and now you can see that I am receiving this article. And the also we need to use Mixins dot update model Mixin, so it's used for updating the data. Now for example, if you want to update this, you can see that now we have an update form put with the put button. Now we want to update this, and we can just say update it, and we can just put. So this is updated, and if we get our data, so you can see that this is updated. And the last one is removing an item. So for that we need to use destroy model Mixin. So we can just say Mixins dot destroy model Mixin. And now for example, I want to remove so for example, I want to remove this ID. So you can add the ID in here, and you can see that we have delete, and now I can delete this, delete, and 200 for no content. And if we check our articles, we have just one data in here. So like this, you can use generic view set in Django REST Framework. Alright guys, now we are going to talk about the model view set. So we have saw the generic view set. Now I think our REST API is completed, even though we haven't added authentication, but we will do this in the later part of the video. But for right now, kindly it's completed, and after adding this model view set, we are kindly completed. So now if you see the Django REST Framework documentation, the model viewset class inherits from generic API view and includes implementation for various actions by mixing in the behavior of the various mixing classes. Now the actions provided by the model viewset class are list, retrieve, create, update, partial update, and also destroy. So it's so simple and easy, and you can see that we have done a lot of codes in here. So these are all our codes. Now what we want to do is to just create our model viewset, and it will be the last viewset for us. Now I can just use class article viewset, and we can use viewsets dot model viewset. Now in here you just need to specify the serializer class. So it is article serializer, and if you see the documentation, so you can add the query set and also serializer class. So now I have added the serializer, and I can add the query set. So it is article dot objects dot all. Now just you need to add these two lines of the code. So the query set, serializer class, and our article viewset is extending from the model viewset. Now you can access to all functionality of creating, reading, listing, updating, and deleting of the data. Now let me just show you practically. So I can list all the articles. So I have just one article in here, and so let me just run it again. Okay, I can list the article. I can post a new article. So let me just add it. So let me just say model viewset, add it, and model viewset description, and I can post. So you can see it's posted, and if I have two articles in here. I can retrieve a specific article, so I want to retrieve the 10, and you can see that we have in here. Now you can put or update. So let me just remove this update and update it, and if I put, you can see that we don't have the updated in here, and you can delete. So I want to delete this. Now it's deleted. If I get the articles, so you can see I have just one article in here. Now let's just do the same functionality using the postman, and I can get all the articles. I have just one article in here, and I can post an article. So let me just post one more in here in the body row, and this should be JSON, and let me remove the ID, and I can say newly added, and we can say newly added description. So newly added description. Now we can send. So you can see this ID is added, and if you get or list your articles, you can see that now we have two records. So this is the first one, and this is the second one. You can just for example, if you want to update, so I want to update this 12, so I can add the ID in here, and I can change this to put, and I want to change this, for example, newly changed, and we can say description changed, and I can send. So it's changed, and if I get, you can see that so this record is changed. And also you can delete. So I want to delete this, and now So 200 for no content, and it's deleted. If I check this, we don't have the 12th ID in here. Okay guys, now our backend API is kindly prepared, but it's not completed, and right now you can integrate with any frontend. For example, you can do crawl operations as we have already done, and you can see that we have our model and we have our serializer, and also we have our one view set, and this is our view set. That is we have article, and it is model view set. So now let me just remove these codes from here that I have already created these, so because I don't need this, and I'm going to just remove these codes from here, or you can leave it, there's no problem. Let me just leave it because they are okay. So now right now we have article view set and we have our model view set, and we can integrate with our API. So for example, let me just go to the, for example, localhost. So this is Postman. Now I can get the articles. So you can see I can get the articles, I can post, delete, or update the articles, but there's a problem because right now there's no authentication for our API, for our REST API, because now everyone can get the articles, can update the articles, and can delete the articles. So we need to add authorization for our API. Now if you see Django documentation, so in the authentication section, so authentication is the mechanism of associating an incoming request with a set of identifying credentials, now such as the user the request came from or the token that it was signed with. Now the permission and throttling policies can then use those credentials to determine if the request should be permitted. So REST Framework provides a number of authentication schemas that you can use. So if you come down, we have basic authentication and session authentication, but we are interested in token authentication. So if you come down, so we have basic authentication, and this authentication schema uses HTTP basic authentication signed against a user's username and password, and this authentication is mostly not recommended for production level. It's just you can use this generally for the testing. So now this is the authentication that we want to use, so it's token authentication, and this authentication schema uses a simple token based HTTP authentication schema. Now token authentication is appropriate for client server setups such as native desktop and mobile clients. Now it's according to documentation. So now let's integrate this. So the first thing is that you need to add REST framework.auth token in your installed apps. So I'm going to just copy this and open my settings.py. This is in here, and I need to paste it in this section, so in the installed apps. So after adding this, we need to migrate our project because we need to create a database table for storing our tokens, for the user tokens. Now let me just in here I can just say python manage.py, and we can migrate. So now you can see that we have auth token, and if you see your Django at main panel, now let me just refresh this, you can see that we have a tokens in here, a token table. Now we can create a simple token manually for the user. So this is our user, and I want to create a token. So now you can see that this is the token that's created manually. Now so if I copy this, let me just copy this, and the headers. So now let me just okay, now before this, what we need to do is to also add a view, URL view for our this authentication. So let me just do this in my main urls.py. I don't want to do this in the app level urls.py. So I'm going to open this urls.py in here. Okay, now in here you can see I have my admin and I have my API app URL. So in here the first thing is that I need to, from REST framework .auth_token.views, I need to import opt-in auth token, and I can create a new path in here. So this should be auth, and we can add opt-in auth token in here. So now we have basic URLs in here that we can access our authentication functionalities. So now if I go to the auth in here, so let me just auth, and if I send, so you can see that method, no, okay, now we need to post because we want to send the username and password. So you can see that the username, this field is required, and the password field is required. Now I can go to the body, and in here I can add the username. So let me just add username. So I have already created a super user, so let me just add it, my username, and also I can add my password. So this is my password. Now if I send this, I should receive the token in here. So now you can see that this is the token that we have created in Django admin panel. So now let's talk about the permission classes. Now right now it's kindly prepared, but we don't have any permission classes now. Right now I can access to my articles without any authorization. So if I send this, you can see that I have my articles in here. Now what I want to do is to add permission classes. If you see Django documentation, Django REST Framework, so now together with the authentication, we need to, and throttling permissions, determine whether a request should be granted or denied access. So now if you come down, so you can do this in two ways. So the first way is that you can add the permission class in your settings.py. So you can see we have is authenticated and we have now if I use is authenticated, it means that my all view sets will be restricted for unauthorized users. Now so you can see that it is authenticated. Now let me just show you the first way that you can add this globally. You can just copy this and we can open our settings.py, and let me just add it in here. Wherever you want, you can just add. So now you can see that REST framework default permission classes, and we have REST framework .permissions .is authenticated. Now if I want to access the articles, now if I send this, you can see that authentication credentials were not provided because now I'm using this in here. And right now if you see, we have just one view set. Maybe you have 2, 3 or 4 view sets. Now by adding this in your settings.py, it's globally, and your all view sets will be restricted for the unauthorized users. Now so now as we have already have a token in here, so if you see we have a token in here. Now if I let me just copy this. Now let me just show you that can I access this through the token. So I can go to the headers, and in here I can add authorization, and I can say token, and you can just copy the token in here. Now if I send this, okay, you can see that I am receiving authentication credentials were not provided. It is because you need to specify the authentication class in your view sets. So we have our permission classes, but we haven't specified that which authentication we want to use. We want to use basic authentication, session authentication, or token authentication. So for this, we can just go to the views.py, and in here in our view set we can add authentication classes, and we can use token authentication. So first you need to import token authentication, and I can just say from REST Framework dot authentication we can import token authentication, and we can add token authentication in here. So now we want to just test our API. So now if I send this, you can see that I'm receiving my articles in here. If I disable this authorization and if I send this again, so you can see that authentication credentials were not provided because I have disabled the token. And if I enable this and if I send the API again, you can see that now I can see my data in here. So now this was the first way that you can add. So there's not much difference if you have it if you want to add it in here. So for example, if you want to restrict your all view sets, then it's good to add this permission classes in your settings.py. But for example, if you have some views that you don't want to restrict that, then you can add that in your view sets. So also you can use allow any. So let me just use allow any, and this time I want to disable the authorization, and if I send, I should see my data in here because now we have allow any in here. So you can see that we have our data in here. Now let me just make this again to as authenticated. Now this was the first way that you can add that in your settings.py, but another way is that you can add the permission classes in your view sets in the class-based view sets. If you are using function-based, you can add it like this: at permission classes is authenticated. But if you're using class-based views, you can just use like this. So let me just copy this, and I can open this, and in here I can add it in here. So also you need to import this, and we can just say, so from REST framework dot permissions import is authenticated, and I can just paste it in here. And this time I want to remove my this from here like this. So now if I send this without authorization, so I should receive so authentication credentials were not provided, and if I make this authorization, and you can see that we have our data in here. So like this you can work with the token authentication, and you can add it in here. There's no problem. Also you can use allow any in here, so there's no problem. Alright guys, now this will be our last part in our backend API. So in this part we will learn that how you can register a user into our system, and also we will do some refactoration on our code. So the first thing is that so right now so we have a class article serializer in here. Now what we need to do is to create another serializer for our user. So we are going to use the built-in user system from the Django. Now in here I'm going to create a class user serializer, and we are going to just use serializers dot model serializer. We can create our class meta, and for the model it is user, so we need to import this users from Django, and we can just say from Django.auth from Django.contrib .auth.models import user. and in here we can add our user, and also for the fields we can add ID, username. Also we need to add our password in here, but we will restrict this password. So we have our class user serializer, and we have our model that's user, and it is built in Django model, and also these are the fields that we want. Now after this we need to open our views.py. Now in here you can see that we have some codes that we don't need, because so we don't need these. Let me just remove these codes from here, and let me just remove these comments, these codes. Okay, now our file is clean, and we need to create our user view set in here. So I can say class user view set, and view sets dot model view set, and we can add our query set in here. So query set, it is not article, it is user, and we need to import user. So from django.contrib.add.models import user. So user.objects.all, and we can add our serializer class. So it's user serializer, so we need to import that in here. So user serializer, and let's just add our user serializer in here like this. Also we need to now register this user view set, so as we have in here. Now I can go to the urls.py, so that's located in my API app, and you can see that we have registered the articles. Now we can do the same, so let me just do it in here. So we can say router.register, and we need to import the user view set in here. So user view set, so it is users, and also we want user view set. So now also I can add a path in here, because right now we can just use, for example, localhost articles or localhost users. So now I want to first I want to open the API. So I can say localhost API after that articles. So localhost API, and after that users. So you can just add. So it's not a big problem, but it's good to add API in here. If you don't want, you can just remove it. There is no problem, and nothing will be changed. So now this is our user serializer. Sorry, user view set. And now let's just open Postman, and we need to just do some. So now let me just go to the localhost port 8000, and this time we need to first add API, and after that we can use, for example, articles like this. So now if I send this, so because we don't have the token, it's saying authentication credentials were not provided. So now we want to go to the users, and this time we want to post. So we have an error. So let me check. Sorry, we have made a mistake in here. We don't need to add this in here. So now we can just. So if I send, so you can see that it's telling that username, this field is required, and password, this field is required. Now I can go to the headers, and in here I can add, so let me just, okay, now in here I can add my username, not header, sorry, in the body, and form data, and I can add username. So let me just add a new username in here, and I can add a password. Now I can send, and you can see that ID2 with the username John and the password John is created. Now if I check my admin panel, so admin, and we have our users, so you can see that I have a naive user in here. Now there are two problems with this user. So the first one is the hashing password. Right now if I see my super user, you can see that we have an hashed password or using this algorithm. But if I check this newly created user, and I don't have any hashed password, and you can see that it's selling invalid password format or unknown hashing algorithm. So now this is the first problem, and the second problem is that we need to create tokens dynamically for our every user. So right now we have just one token, and that we have already created using the super user. So first let's just handle the first one for the hashing password. Now I'm going to open my serializers.py. So this is my user serializer, and in here I need to add some extra keywords, and in here we can add our password. So we want to just add some restriction for the password, and so the first one is the write only. So also let me just show you another thing in here. Now so I've created my user. Now if I get my users, so let me just go to the, if I get the user, so you can see that I have my password in here. I need to restrict this password. If I get this URL, I want to just, it should be the ID and username, not the password. So now we can add, first we need to just add this in here. We need to handle this extra, we need to add this, and we can just say password. So the first one is write only, and let me just make it to true, and also we can add required, so required, also make it to true. Okay, now if I get my users, so let me just send this. Now you can see that I have just ID and username. I don't have the password in here. So you can see ID2, ID1, and also username. So now let's talk about the hashing password. So now in the user serializer, I need to override the create method. So I can just say div create, and in here first I need to just say user dot objects dot create user, and I need to add the validated data in here. And I can just return the user like this. So now I want to just add a new user. So we have username and password. This time let me just add it, for example, new user, and the password is new user, and I want to post this. And you can see that I have ID3 with the username of new user. Now if I check my users, so you can see that I have a new user, this new user, and if I click on this, you can see that I have hashed password in here. Now another problem was the token problem. If you see my tokens, I have just one token, but I have 3 users, so this token was manually created. Now we need to also, if a user registered, I want to create token for that. So for this, what I want to do is to first import from REST Framework dot auth token dot views import token, and in here, when we create in this section, we can just say token dot objects dot create, and I want to create the token for the my user, so user. So now if I now let me create another user in here. So I want to just say, for example, my user, or we can say, let me just add my user. So for example, my user, and this is the password is my user. And if I send this, so you can see ID4 with username my user is created. And now if I check my users first, I have another user, my user, and if I check tokens, I have a new token in here at name of my user. Okay, now let's log in using this new token. So let me just copy this and let me just open a new tab in here. So I want to get my all articles, and if I send this, so you can see that we are receiving authentication credentials were not provided. Now I can go to the headers, and in here I can just add authorization. So authorization, token. And now let's copy this my user token in here, and now if I send, you can see that now we have our articles in here. So now our backend API is completed, and now we can integrate this with the front end. So after this we will work on our front end. Alright guys, now we have created our backend API using Django. So we have our serializer, we have article serializer, user serializer, we have our models, just a simple model, and we have our routers, URL routers, and also we have our view sets. Now it's time to talk about frontend, and we are going to build our frontend. So because we are using React for building of our frontend, now before integrating with the Django backend, I need to talk about some concepts about ReactJS, and after completing of those concepts, we are going to just learn about how we can integrate with the Django backend. So now you can see that it's a JavaScript library for building user interfaces, and it is maintained by Facebook. So you can see that this is the GitHub for the React, and also we need to install this. So for the installation, before installing the React, we need to install Node.js. So you can just go to the nodejs.org, you can download the Node.js and install that. So after installation of the Node.js, so you can see that you will need to have Node on your machine to create a React project and run that. So you can see now you can use this command, so npx create react app, and you can give the app name in here. Also for the building of the frontend, I'm using Visual Studio Code, so you can download that. So what I want to do is to just copy this from here, and I can bring it in here. So you can just give it whatever you want, you can just give it a name. So I'm leave it by default, so it's my app. So after that you can just hit enter. Now it will take some time, and I'm waiting for the creating of my React app project. Alright guys, and now you can see that it's extracting the files. Now I'm waiting for this, and it will be completed. Alright guys, now the installation of ReactJS has been completed, and you can see that these are the files. We will talk about these files, and now what we want to do is just change the directory to our So cd my app, and after that we can just say npm start. So now you can see React scripts start, and now I'm waiting. So it's starting the development server. And now you can see that it's on localhost port 3000. And if I see, now you can see that our ReactJS is working, and it is created in here. So you can see localhost port 3000. And this is our ReactJS application. Alright guys, now let's talk about the folder structure of a ReactJS project. So now if you see in our ReactJS application, so we have my app, so this is the project name that we have created. After that we have three folders: node modules, public, and src, and we have some files in here. Now so let's talk about the package.json file. And now this file consists of our dependencies and also the scripts of the project. Now if you see in here, we have the name of the project, the version of the project, and so these are the dependencies that we have. And also we have the scripts. Now these scripts, now these are used for starting off our project, for building, or even testing of the project. And so also we have this package log.json. It's also in here we have our dependencies. It means that it's installed correctly. So after that we have node modules. Now this is the place that our all modules are installed when we have used create React app, and these modules are installed automatically. Now you can see that we have these modules in here. So after that we have public, and in the public we have so this is the icon, and this is the index.html, and so this is one of the important file, and basically we will not add any code in here. So in this file, and this is the HTML file that is loaded by the browser, and it contains an element in which the application is displayed, and a script element that loads the application in JavaScript files. So now if you come down, you can see that in here we have, so this is the title. You can change the title, there is no problem. And in here you can see that we have div id root, and and this is the important point, and we will talk about this. So after that we have a manifest JSON file, and it's related to progressive web application, and we're not going to talk about this. So now these are the logos that we have. So this was our public. After that we have the src, or source. Now this is the important file, and we will work this is the important folder, and we will work on this folder a lot. So now the first one, let's check index.js. And so now this is the JavaScript file that's responsible for configuration and starting of the React application. And in here we have a DOM element with the ID of root. Now if you see in the index.html, we have div id root, and you can see that in here in the React DOM.render we have our this root, and we have used document.get element by ID, and this is the root that we have in here in the ID. So after that we have if we come down, we have app.js. Now this is also the important file, and we will work in this file a lot because it is our root component file, and this file is responsible for the displaying of HTML in the browser. And this is the React component which contains the HTML content that will be displayed to the user, and the JavaScript code required by the HTML. So right now if you see in here we have this ReactJS default page, And this is because that we have in here, you can see that we have image src, we have now if I change this, for example, let me just say hello world. So now you can see that we have hello world in here. And now also you can see that we have so we have a function app. Now this is a component. We will talk about the components in the later part of the video, but right now you can see that we have it's a function component. So right now you can see we have a div class name, and you can see that this is CSS styles. Now if you check app.css, you can see that .app and the text align center, and we have .app logo, and if you see in here we have this app and also app header. Now let me just remove these, and so I want to remove this code from here. And now if you see you can see that we have just a blank page in here because we have removed the styles. Now you can add something in here. For example, let me just add h1, and we can say hello React application. So now you can see that we have hello React application. Even you can see that the text is in the center because in the app.css we have .app and text aligned to center. Now you can for example, if you remove this, let me just remove this, and you can remove this, and if you see now our text is in here. So let me just bring it in the center. So and also you can see that this is for testing purposes. And in the next part we will talk about the components and different type of components in ReactJS. So in this part we're going to talk about components. Now components are the building blocks of a React application, and you can create as many as components you want. For example, you want to build a website. Now for the user interface you want to have a header, main content section, and also footer. Now for every section you can create the different components, and we can gather all the components in app.js. That is our root component. Also you can reuse any component, and they are reusable. It means that you can reuse components. And also there are two types of components in ReactJS that you can use. We have functional components and also class components. Now functional components are basically JavaScript functions, and before introducing React hooks, function components were stateless components. But now you can use the same functionality of the class component inside a function component using the React hooks. We will talk about this in the later part of the video. And also class components are JavaScript classes, and they are stateful components. Also class components maintain their own data, that's called the state. So but in this part let's just talk about the function components. Now if you see our app.js, and here we have a function component, and you can see we have function and also app. As I've already said, that function components are basically regular JavaScript functions, and you can create. And in here we are returning JSX or HTML, like for example div class name app, and we're going to say hello React application inside the return. So now let's just create our function components. Now in here I'm going to in the source folder I want to just create a new folder, and I'm going to just call it components. And in here I want to create a new JavaScript file. I'm going to just call it hello.js. So you can just give the file name with .js extension. So now in here we are going to create our first function component. Even though we have a function component in here, but let's create our own. What you want to do is to first import React. So we can just say import React from React. And after importing this, you can just, as I've already said, that it's a regular JavaScript function, and we can just say function, and after that you need to give a name for the component. So for example, I want to just give it hello. Also, function components takes props as a parameter. So right now we're not going to talk about the props. We are going to just create a simple component, and it is function hello. And now inside the function, we need to just use return, and in the return we are going to return something. For example, I want to just return an h1 tag, and I want to just say we are inside function component. Okay, so right now if I refresh this, you can see that nothing happens because there are two problems. So the first one is that we have created our function component. Now we need to export this, so we can just say export default, and after that you need to give the name of the component, for example hello. And after exporting, now if I refresh this again, if I see, you can see that we don't have this we are inside function component. Now what we need to do is to add our this hello component inside our app.js. So because this is our root component and our root file, so we can add this in here. Now, so the first thing is that you need to import this. You can see that in here we have exported this, and now we need to import this in our app.js. So in here I can just say import hello from, and it is inside the components, and the file name is hello. And in here we can add this, so we can just say hello. So you can add it like this. So if you have something in between the components, so you can add it like this, and so you can see that we are inside function component. And also you can do it like this, and there is no problem, and we are receiving the same result. So you can see that we are receiving the same result in here. So as I've already said, that you can create as many function components you can create. For example, I want to just create another one, and I'm going to just call it whatever you want. You can just call it, for example, fun component.js, and in here we can just first we need to import, so we can just say from React, or we can say import React from React, and we can just give it function, and after that you can just give the name of the component. So for example, fun component, and in here you can just return anything you want. So let me just copy the code from here, and I can paste it in here. So let me just say this is my second function component, and after that you need to just export this. So export default, and we can export func component. So this should be like this, and in the app.js we can import this. So import func component from components, and this is function component. And now we can just say, so now if I see, you can see that I have this as my second function component. So in this part we're going to talk about class components. So we have saw functional components. Now class components are basically JavaScript ES6 classes, and also they are stateful components. It means that class components maintain their own data. That's called the state. and also it can optionally receive props as their input. So now let's just create an example of class components. So in here I'm going to just create a new file, and I want to just call it for example, whatever you want, you can just call it. Let me just call it myclass.js. Now, so first you need to import React and also component, because when we're going to create our class, we need to extend from the component class of React. So what we can say that we can just say import React and also component from React. Okay, now after that we need to just create, so we can just say class, and you can give it my class. So as I've already said that it is JavaScript ES6 classes, and now this class extends from component. Now after that we need to just create a render function, and inside render we need to return anything that we want. So return, and for example I can just return an h1 tag also, and I'm going to just say we are inside class component. Okay, now after this we need to export this, and in here we can just say export default, and we want to export our my class. So now if you want to use this, we need to import this my class in our app.js. So in here, now what I want to say, we can just say import my class from components, and this is my class. And now we can add this in here, so it is my class, and so you can see that it's telling that we are inside class component. So but it's just basically JavaScript classes that extends from the component. And after that you need to create render, and in the render you can return everything you want. And after that you can just export your class component, and you can just import that in your app.js file. Alright guys, now in this part we're going to talk about props or properties. Now using props you can sense an information or value from one component to another component, and you can use props with functional components and also class components. For example, you can send some data. For example, in here if we see we have app.js, so now if you want to send some data, for example, from the hello.js to the app.js, or we can say from the app. Or from here from app.js to the child component, that's hello.js, then you can use props. Now first let me just refactor some codes in here. I don't need this hello in here, let me just remove it. And even I don't need this component, so I have just one functional component and also one class component. Now if you see in here, I have just one functional component, that's hello.js, and also I have a class component, that's my class that extends from the component. So we're going to work on these files. Now let me just close some of these files from here. Now in the app.js, for example, in the hello I'm going to just add name, and I can add a name in here. Okay, like this. Now I have a name attribute, or we can say I have a name attribute in here. Now I want to send this name to my hello.js, so this is my functional component. Now in here what I can do is to for example, if I want to use props, the first thing is that I need to add props as a argument in our functional component in here. So you can give it any name, but it is recommended to use props in here. And in this section we need to if we want to access to this name from our parent to the child. Now what we want to do is to use curly brackets like this, and after that we can say props, and now in here if you see we have props.name, and we can use props.name. okay, so we need to just wrap this with the h1 tag in here, and let me just add that h1, and you can use div, there is no problem. So now if I refresh this, and you can see that now I'm receiving my name in here. Now also you can add multiple attributes in here, or multiple values. For example, let me just add last name, so this is the last name. And now in here I can just say, for example, my name is props.name, and my last name is, and in here we can add props.last name. So we have props.name and we have props.last name. Now the values are coming from the our app.js, or we can say that parent component. Now if I see, you can see that my name is, this is my name and this is my last name. Okay, now this was using functional components. Now if you want to use class components, if you see in here we have a class component in this section, and let me just add for example in here I can add email, and I can say we can add an email in here. Now if you want to access to this email from your child class, that is my class.js, you cannot add props as we have added in our hello.js. So you can see in here we have added props as argument, and in here we cannot add, and the props is within the class components, and you can access to the props using this.props. So in here I can remove this, and I can say I can say this.props.email. okay, and in here I can just say that my my email is this.props.email. so make sure that you add this in here, and now you can see that we're receiving my email is, this is my email. Now there's one problem with the props, that you cannot change props, and props are not changeable. For example in here if you want to change the props, if I say props dot email, so this.props.email, so this.props.email, and if I say another email, and if I run this, you will see that I'm receiving error, and you can see that cannot assign to read-only property. Now it means that we cannot change the value of props. You can use props in class components and also functional components. So when you're using in the function components, you need to add props as a argument in your child component, and if you're using in the class components, now the props are within the class, and you can just use this.props to access the props of a class component. In this part we're going to talk about event handling in ReactJS. So right now you can see, so this was from the previous part that we have learned that how you can use props with functional components and also class components, and this is the result. So now let me first just remove so if you see, this is our app.js and we have our this data. Let me just remove this first data. I want to add just one data in here. I want to pass, and in my functional component I can remove this. So now I have just my name and also my email. Now first let's just do event handling in our functional component. So this is my hello.js, And what I want to do is to, in here, I want to create a button. So I'm going to just say button, and I can say click me. So now you can see that I have an error in here, and if I see my page, you can see that it's telling that adjacent JSX elements must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. So we need to wrap our this two elements in a, for example, in a we want to use div tag. So let me just add, let me just copy this, and I can just say div, and now I can add this div in here. So now I don't have any error, and if I see, you can see that I have a click me in this section. Okay, so now in here we need to add an on click. So on click, and after that you need to specify your function name in here. For example, in here I'm going to just create a function click me, and I can just alert that for example button is clicked. Okay, so now we can add our this function in here. So make sure that you don't add this parentheses, because if you add that, that will be function call. So by this reason we can use like this. So beat button on click, and this is click me. And also you can see that we are using camel case in here, and you need to use like this in ReactJS. So you cannot use it like this on click, and we need to use like so camel case now. Okay, so now if I see, if I click on this, you can see that I am receiving button is clicked. So button is clicked. Now let's just do this with the class component. For example, so this is my class in here. So now in here I'm going to create the same button. So I'm going to just say button and button, and I can say so this is click. Let me just say it click, and I need to just wrap this in a div tag. So div, and now I can add this in here. So now if you see, now this is for the class component. Now I can create a function in here, and I want to just call it clicked. Or I don't need this. Okay, so we can say clicked, and now in here I can just add an alert. So class component clicked, and now I need to add the clicked in here. So I can use on click, and I can add the clicked in this section. So now clicked is not defined, and you can see that we are receiving error, clicked is not defined, because we are inside a class component. So now when we want to access to this clicked, we need to use this keyword. So we can say this dot clicked. So now you can see, now if I click on this, you can see class component clicked, and if I click on this, so functional component clicked. So click, and also click. Alright guys, now let's talk that how you can use a function as a props in ReactJS. So for example, right now if you see that we have our on click, and this is this dot clicked, and this is our function. Now I want to bring this function in my app.js. So let me just cut this, and I want to bring this in the app.js. So in here. So, and I can say function. Okay. Now after that, what I want to do is, so you can see that in my class we have an email props now, or an email attribute, and also now I need to add my this clicked in here. So I can just say my click, I can just name it, and after that it should be clicked. Now I can send this clicked as a props to my class.js. So in here, this time instead of this dot clicked, what I want to do is to say this dot props dot my click. So now if I click on this, so we are not receiving anything in here. So now let me just check this. Alright guys, I think I haven't saved this, so let me just save this. Okay, now it's saved. And now if I click on this, so you can see class component clicked. Now let me just change this to let me just say inside app.js. So you can see it's a two-way communication between our parent component and also child component. So now if I click, you can see inside app.js. Okay guys, now in this part we want to learn that how you can install Bootstrap for your ReactJS application. So you can use Bootstrap for styling your ReactJS application. So now the first thing is that we need to install Bootstrap. So in our ReactJS application, so let me just change directory to my app, and after that we can just say npm install Bootstrap, and after that hit enter. So now we are waiting for the installation of the Bootstrap. Now it's installing. Okay guys, now the latest version of Bootstrap has been added, and you can see that it's 4.5.3. Now after this you can add your Bootstrap wherever you want. You can add, for example, in now let me just add that in the index.js because I want to use for my all components. So in here I can just say import bootstrap dist css and bootstrap dot c dot main dot css. Okay, now let's just for example, let me just change the button that we have. If you see in here, I have two buttons, so you can see that it's a little bit changed because we have added Bootstrap. Now the text has changed. Now let me just open hello.js. So we have our, so if I add, so for example, div class name container, so it's a class that's related to the Bootstrap, and make sure that you're using class name. So you cannot use class in ReactJS. So for example, if you're using a class, you need to add class name. So class name container. Now you can see now it's a little bit changed. Okay, now we can just do this, and I think we need to just do the div class container in here, so because it is our root component. So now you can see that it is changed. Now let me just change the button in here. So in the hello.js we have a button, and let me add a class name. So I'm going to use let me just make it like this. Okay, btn primary, or for example you can use success. And so now you can see it's changed, and we can for example we can do this in here. So btn, and we can add a class name. So btn, this time I'm going to use primary, and you can see that it's changed. Also let me just change for example the header section. So for example in here I can add or in this section I can add just for my email. So h1 class name, and I can say it as bg primary, and I want text white and text center. So you can see that it's changed, but h4 class name, bg primary, and so text white, text center. Now it's correct. Now you can see that it's changed like this. So like this you can add Bootstrap styles in your ReactJS application. In this part we are going to talk about the states and also difference between the props and the states. Now, as you know that props and states are used for holding the data. You can pass props to the component. It means that you can send data from one component to another component, and we have saw the examples of the props. But states are added within the component, and the second difference is this, that props are immutable. It means that you cannot change the props value. And because states are within the component, so the component has control to change that. And also if you want to use states in functional component, then you can use React hooks. We will talk about the hooks in the later part of the video. So now let's just create an example for this. Now, as I've already said that you can use states in the class components, and if you want to use states in the functional components, then for that you need to use React hooks. So now what I want to do is to create a new class component in here, and I'm going to just call it name.js. So we can just say import React and also component from React, and we can create class name, and it extends class name extends and we can add the component. So component. Now and here we can just add render, and in the render we can return something. So for example, I want to just return an h1 tag, and I can add my name in here like this. Okay. Also you need to export this, so we can just say export default, and we want to export name component. Now I can add this in the name.js, so I want to just refactor my code, and let me just remove these two components because I don't need. And I have a div class name container. Now, so first we need to just import this, so we can just say import name from, so components, and it is name. Okay, now we need to just add this in here, so it is name, and now you will see that we have our name in here. Okay, so right now the name is hard-coded, and we have added the name in the name.js. So let me just close these files. Okay, now for adding the states, the first thing is that you need to create constructor. You can add the states in the class constructor, and after that you can just use super keyword, and in here you can add your state. So we can just say this dot state, so it's state object, and for example we can just add name, and let me just add my name in here. Okay, so now we can access to this state in here, and we can just use this dot state dot name. So now if I see, you can see that the result is the same. And if I change this to, for example, let me just add a name in here. Okay, now you can see that now we have our name in here. Now we want to create a button. When we click the button, we want to change this name to another text. So for this I want to create a button in here like this, and let me just say change text, because we have two elements in here. We need to wrap this in a div tag, so we can just say div and close the div, add these two in here. Okay, now you can see that we have a button in here. Let's add a Bootstrap class in here, and we can just say class name, and it is btn. We can say success. Okay, now you can see that we have this button here. Right now the button is not functional, and we want to add a handler for this. Now, so there are two ways that you. So first, let me just show you the first way. Now in here I can just add on click, and in here I can just say. So right now I haven't created my function, so I need to create. Let me just call it clicked me. And what I want to do is to change this state. So I can use set state. So this set state is a reserved keyword, so we can use set state, and in here we can change name to, for example, changed text, like this. Okay, now we can just use this dot. So now if you're using regular function like this, for that you need to just use it like this. So you can just say this dot clicked me. You need to add like this. So now if I click on change text, you can see that the text is changed, and if I click on this, you can see that it's changed. Now if you're using an arrow function, now let me just show you. So for example, I want to use this like this. Let me just remove this in here, and let me just say this dot clicked me. Now for that you need to change this click me to an arrow function, so we can just say like this. Okay, now if I check this, so you can see that the text is changed. Now let me just add in here we can add a class, a Bootstrap class, so we can just say class name, and it should be bg primary. So you can see that it's changed to the primary, and we can change the text to white, for example. So now the text is white. Also I want to just make it center. Now if we can use text center, so you can see that text is in the center, and if I click on this, so you can see that it's changed text. Also we can add ternary conditional statements using ternary operators. So now let me just show you in here. Let me I want to comment this, and what I want to do is to in here I can say name, and this dot state dot name. So if my name is so if this is the name, let me just add it in here. I want to make it to, for example, another name, to John Doe. In the else case, I want to just make it this name. So now, right now, it's my name, and if I change this, so you can see John Doe, and you can see that I can toggle between two names like this. Okay guys, now in this part we want to learn that how we can use map method for iterating over the data. So before starting our topic, what we need to do is to install an extension that's called ES7. So it's used for, so for example, if you search in here ES7, and so we're using this ES7 React, Redux and GraphQL, so you can just install this, and using this extension you can create your functional components and also class components easily. Okay, now I'm going to just create a new component, and let me just call it example.js. And in here what I want to do is now if you want to create functional component, you can just use RCE. So it's for class component, so you can use RCE for class component, RCE. So you can see that this is our class, and for the functional component you can use RFCE. So you can see we have functional component. And also if you want to create constructor, you can just use rconst. You can see this is our constructor. So in here I'm going to just use a functional component, and so you can see that we have React in here, and after that function example, and we are returning something in here. Now what I want to do is to create an array, and I want to just send that array using the props. So in here now let me just in here create an h3 tag, and let me just say example, and I need to just add this in my app.js. So first I need to just import this, so we can just say import example from components, and we can use example. So now in here let me just add my example. So now I have example in here. Now what I want to do is to create an array. So let me just call it names, and let me just add some programming language names like Python, Java, JavaScript, so C#. Okay, now after adding this, now in our example.js we need to just use props, and so first I'm going to create a function here. Let me just call it function my element, and here I can add names. So now we can use names.map. So the first thing is that you need to add an alias for this. For example, I'm going to just use name, and after that in here we can render this name. So let me just use backtext, so like this, and I can say name. And what we need to do is to return this, because we will use this in our this example components. Now in here I can just, instead of this example, I can just call my element method, and in here I can just say props.names. So this is the names that I am receiving from here, so names. So now let me just refresh. I have so I think probably the error is this, that we need to wrap this in a div tag. So let me just add so div, and I can just div. Okay, now you can see that we have Python, Java, JavaScript, and C#. Now if you inspect, we will have an error in here. So you can see in the console that's telling that each child in a list should have a unique key prop. Now React is expecting a key prop, so now when we are going to use map, we need to add a key prop also. So you can just add it in here. We can just say div key, and for this I'm going to just use the name. So if you have ID, you can just use ID in here, and you will see that I will not have this error again. So now we can see that I don't have this error. Now also you can do this with the functional with the class components. So now let me just create a new file. I'm going to just call it example2.js, and now I can create using the RCE. So now we have our class component. Let me just remove this, and we are exporting default. So now what I want to do is to just in the app.js we can create, so first I need to import this. We can just say import example 2, and we can just say from, so it's example 2. And now we can just add our let me just copy this and paste it in here. So this is example 2, and this time let me just add some more, for example React and React Native, and we can add, for example, Django. So now we can just copy some codes from here. So first we are going to just copy this function, and we can add it in our class component, and we are going to just remove this function. And also we need to just copy this from here. Let me just copy this h3, and in my example 2 let me remove this div tag and add it in here. Now if I run this, you will see that I'm receiving error, because you can see that my element is not defined, and we need to just use this keyword. And now if I run this, you will see that now I have props as not defined. As I have already said that now props are within the class component, so you can just use this for accessing the props. So we can just say this.props.name, and now you will see that I have, you can see that now I have my data in here. Alright guys, now in this part we are going to learn that how you can add forms in your ReactJS application. So now let's get started. I'm going to create a new JavaScript file, or we can say a new component, and I'm going to just call it form.js. And in here I want to use class component, so I can just say RCE, and this is my class. So these are my React imports, and this is my class that extends from the component, and in here I'm exporting the form component. And let me just write a component in here. And now I need to add this in my app.js, so I can just say import form from components. So it's form. And this is my form. So now you can see that we have our component in here. Now I want to create my form. So in the form.js in here I can just use so input type, and it is text, and I can just add a placeholder, so enter your username. So now you can see I have a form in here, and I can write in here. Let's just add some Bootstrap styles. So I can just add a class name, and this should be form control. So form control. So it's a Bootstrap class. And you can see now we have a nice form in here, and you can add this in a class container. So class name, and this is container. Okay, now we need to create another form also, and this should be a password. So password form, and the placeholders, please enter your password. And now you can see we have two forms in here. Also we can add a button in our form. So we can just add a button. So button, and this should be button, and this is, for example, click me. And we can add a class, Bootstrap class, so a class name, and we can just say btn primary. And now we can see we have a click me button in here. Right now, if you see, it's just a basic HTML form, and now we want to get the control of this form using the ReactJS, and we want to add a control from the ReactJS. So right now, if you see, we can just add something in here, and we can write in here. Now what I want to do is in here I need to create a constructor, and we want to use state. So let me just say our const, and in here I can add a username. So this is an empty string, and also password. This is also an empty string. After this I can add a value in here, so I can just say value, and I can say this dot state dot username, and for the password also I can add a value. So this dot state dot password. So now if I check, I cannot write anything in my form, because now my form is controlled by the ReactJS. So now for this we need to just add an on change for our forms. So in here I can just add on change, so on change, and we want to just use this dot username handler, or we can say, let me just use it username handler, and we want to do the same for the password with the password handler. Let me just add on change, so this should be password handler. Now we need to create these two methods. So this is an arrow function, and in here we need to just use this dot set state, and we can say username, and also you need to pass event in here, because we want to capture the data using the event.target.value. So we can just say event.target.value, and we can just do the same for the password handler, and this should be password. So now if I write in here, now you can see that I can write in here, and also I can add my password in this section. So like this you can work with the basics of forms in ReactJS. But we're going to talk about the lifecycle methods of React component. Now when you create a component, especially class components, now it goes through different lifecycle methods. Now these are the methods that are available in the class components, and we cannot use that in a functional component. But when you're using functional components, you can use React hooks to access to these functionalities. Now we will talk about the React hooks in the later part of the video. Now, so for example, in here, if I now let me just so this is my form.js. Now let me just do it in here. Okay, now in here, if I say, so you can see that we have a component that different component life cycles. We have a did catch, did mount, did update, will mount, and will receive props. Now you can see that these are the methods that you can use it. Now, for example, the component that catch is used for logging error information when you are working with the error boundaries. And we have a component that mount. Now this is invoked immediately after a component is mounted, or we can say that after the first render lifecycle. Now if you need to load data from a remote endpoint or from an API, now this is the good place that you can do it in the component that mount. Also we have component that update, and it's invoked immediately after updating occurs, and this method is not called for the initial renders. Also we have for example component will unmount. Now this is invoked immediately before a component is unmounted and destroyed, and it's mostly used for cleanup of the web application that you can use. Now let's just use one of them. So you can just use it according to your for example to your required that you want. Now let me just use component did mount in here. So in here you can see that I have enter username and password. So now let me just make this for the username. So we can say that this dot set state, and in here we can add a username, and you can add your username, for example username or whatever. You can just use it like this, and now you can see that we have our username in here. Now as I've already said that component that mount is the best place that you can fetch your data from the API. Now let's just use it practically. For example in here, so I'm going to just use fetch, so it's for fetching of the data. And now in here I'm using a JSON placeholder, so .com, and it's a dummy API data, and I can add it in here, and it return a promise. So I can just say response, and we can just convert this to the JSON, so response.json, and also we can say .then data. Let me just console.log the data. Okay, so now if I check this React app, and if I inspect element in the console, so you can see that I have an array of data, and you can see that these are the data that's fetched, and it's the 100 articles. Now let's render this in our page. So for this I'm going to just create a new and here I can just create an array, so an empty array, and after that instead of console.log we can just use this set state, and we can say posts data. We can assign our data value to the posts array. Now after that, now we want to render this, so let me just do it in here, and in here I can just say I'm using map, so posts.map, and you can for example I'm going to just give it post. And now in here what I want to do is to create an h2 tag, and I need to just add a key for this. So for the key I want to just use post.id, and also let me just close the h2 tag, and in here I can render just the title. So I want to render post.title. So if you see in here, we have ID, title, body, and we're going to just printing the title. Posts is not defined. Okay, we need to destructure this posts in here, so we can just say const posts this dot state. So now you can see that we have these titles in here, and let me just refresh this. And these are our data, our fetched data from an API. In this part, we're going to talk about React fragments. Now, if you see React documentation in the fragment section, it's telling that a common pattern in React is for a component to return multiple elements. Now, for example, if you have multiple elements in a component, you need to wrap those elements. Now, it's telling that fragments lets you group a list of children without adding extra nodes to the DOM. Now let me show you the practical example. What I want to do is to create a new component in here, and I'm going to just call it my fragment.js. So this should be a functional component, and I'm going to just use RFCE, and this is my fragment. And here I can just add, for example, fragment example. Now I need to add this in my app.js, so let me just comment these components, and in here I can add, first I need to import. So import my fragment from and this should be my fragment. Now I can add my fragment in here, so my fragment, and so now I have fragment example in here. Now let me just remove this div, and in here I want to add an h1 tag, or we can say an h3 tag. So h3, and I can just say fragment example, and after that I'm going to create a p tag, so p, and I can just say this is fragment example. So now you can see that I'm receiving error in here, and it's telling that JSX expressions must have one parent element. And if I see I have the same error in here, and it's telling that JS and JSX elements must be wrapped. So because in here we have multiple elements and we need to wrap this in a wrapper. For example, we are going to use a div class. So I'm going to just use div, and I can add these in here. Okay, now if I check, you can see that there is no problem and we are receiving the result. Now if I inspect this, so now in the body, if you see, we have a div ID root, and after that we have, so this is our class container, and after that we have another div. So this is the div that we have created. Now you can use React Fragment to remove this div, and what we want to do is to, instead of div, we can just use React.fragment. Now it will create an empty wrapper for us. So now if we see this, and now if I go to the div id root, I have div class container, and you can see that after that I don't have any div. I have directly h3 and also p tag in here. So like this you can use React Fragment, and it is an MPT wrapper for wrapping of the child elements in a component. In this part, we are going to learn that how you can create routers in your React application. So for this, we need to use a library that's called React Router DOM. So the first thing is that you need to install this library. You can just use npm I React Router DOM, or you can use npm install React Router DOM. So I've already installed this, and now after installation, what you need to do is so now let me just add this in the index.js. So open index.js. And in here the first thing is that I need to import, so I can just say import. So we can import route and also browser router, so browser router from React Router DOM. Now after this I'm going to create a function in here, so I'm going to just call it function router, and I can just return, and in here I can return a browser router. I need to close this browser router. Okay, now I can use my path in here. So first let me just add path for app.js. So this is my root component, and I can just use path, and I can use exact, and this should be index, for example, and also the component that I want to use, so component, and this should be app. Sorry, it's not path, it is route. And now what we want to do is to add this router instead of app. So let me just come down, and in here I can add this. So now if you see, we have the same result, and because in our app.js, if you see, we have just this my fragment component. Now these components are, I have commented these components. Now what I want to do is to use this form. So first I need to just import this. So I can just copy this, and in the index.js I can add it in here. Now I can create another route. So let me just copy this and bring it in here. So this time I want to just go to the login, and the component is form. So now if I go to the login, so you can see that we have our form in here, and if I go to the so now I should see just one of them in here. Also I need to add path in here, so path and also path, and now it should work as we expect. Okay, so now you can see that this is our index or fragment. Now if I go to the login, so you can see that this is our login page, and if I go to the index, this is our index page in here. So like this you can work with the React Router DOM. Alright guys, now in this video we're going to talk about Context API, using Context API in ReactJS. So if you see ReactJS documentation, Context provides a way to pass data through the components tree without having to pass props down manually at every level. So now first let me just create an example, and you will know that what I mean. So in here I have two new components, component A and also component B. Now I want to create a functional component in here, and also I want to create another functional component and my component B. So for example, I have some data in my app.js. Now I want to send this data to component B. Now let me just nest this two components. So in the app.js, I want to add component A. So component A, make sure that you have imported, so you can see that it's imported automatically. And after that, in the component A, I have component B. So you can see that the components are nested. So component B. So in the component B, let me just write component B. So you can see component B. Now, for example, in app.js, I have some data. And I want to send this data from the app.js to the component B. Now, if you're using props, you need to first pass the data to the component A, and after that, you need to pass the data to the component B. You can see that even component A does not need to this data, but we need to pass that because we want to use that in the component B. Now, using Context API, for example, if you use, you will directly feed the data from app.js to the component b.js. Now let me show you the example. So for creating context, you need 3 steps. So the first one is that you need to create your context in React. So we can just say const, and I'm going to just call it my context, and we can say react dot create context. So after that, also I need to export this because I will use this. Now, after creating the context, in the second step, we need to create provider, because using the provider, we can feed data to share the data with the child component. Now, what I want to do is to just wrap this component A with the provider. So we can just say my context dot provider, and I can just wrap this, so my context provider. And after that, I need to feed a value for this. So let me just say this is a value from context. Okay, now I want to send this value to the component B. Now the third step is creating the consumer, because using the consumer we can consume the data. So we are going to open our component B because we want to send this data to the component B. And in here I need to just import the context. So import my context from app, and you can see that in the app.js we have exported our my context, and in here we can import this. So now we can create our consumer, and we want to consume our data. So we can just say my context.consumer, and we can just close this my context consumer, and in here we can just say data. So we can just name it data, and we can return, let me just, in the h2 tag I want to just show the data. So now if you see, we have the data in here. So this is a value from context, and this was the value that we have sent from here. Now let me just describe once again. So for creating context, you need 3 steps. So first one is that you need to create your context. After that, you need to create your provider and feed the value for the provider. And at the end, if you want to consume the data, you need to use consumer. And we can just use my context.consumer, and we can consume the data. In this video, we're going to start our React hooks tutorials, and the first hooks that we want to learn, that's useState hooks. Now, first of all, what are hooks? If you see ReactJS documentation, it's telling that hooks are a new addition in React 16.8. They let you use state and other React features without writing a class. Now, if you remember that we have created class components and we have used states in class components, and we have already said that you cannot use state by default in a function component. But you can use React hooks for using states, and there is a useState hooks that you can use it. Now there's an example for this that they have in their official documentation, and you can see that they have implemented the React hooks with the function components, and also they have a version of class components that you can use the same example. Now let me just show you the example. So first we want to work on the class components, and after that we will convert our class components to the function components, and we use React hooks, useState hooks. So this is my simple ReactJS application, and I'm going to just create a new folder, and I'm going to just call it components. First I'm going to just create a class, and I'm going to just call it a JavaScript file, and I'm going to just call it counter.js. Now I can just use I'm going to use a class component, not functional component, so RCE. So this is my class component, and I can just say, for example, hello. And now let me just add this in my app.js. So first I need to import this. We can say import counter from components, and this is counter. And now we can just use counter in here, so counter. And now if you see, we have hello in here. Okay, now let's open our counter.js, and in here first I'm going to just create a constructor, so our const, and I want to just create a count and the initial values to 0. Now after this in here, so first I'm going to just create a button, so button, and I can say class name btn success, and I'm using the bootstrap styles, and I can just add button in here, and let me just, for example, call it click me, or whatever you can just call it. So now after doing this, now we need to add on click in this button. Now if you see, we have a button and there's nothing, and what I want to do is to also add an h2 tag in here. So and I can just say this dot state dot count, and you will see that the initial value is 0, and I cannot change this. So now in here I can just first create a method or a function. So let me just say const, and I can just say, for example, click me. It is an arrow function. So click me, and in here I can just use this dot set state, and what I want to do is to change the value of my count by 1. So I can just say count, so this dot state dot count plus 1. And now I need to just add my this click me button in here. So let me just say on click, and this is this dot click me. Okay, now if I click on this, you can see that I can change this. Now we have used and here we have used class components, and we have used state. Now we can use the same functionality using a functional component and also use state hooks. Now let me show you. In here I'm going to just create a new JavaScript file, and I'm going to just call it, for example, whatever you want. You can just call it counter hook.js, and we can use a functional component. So we have Now the first thing is that you need to use the hooks that you want. For example, there are different hooks that you can use. And here, because we are using a state, so for the state you can use useState hook. So we can just add first we need to import useState in here. Now after adding the useState hook, what we need to do is to create our useState hook. So it's just basically a simple, we can say that this is a simple function or method. So now we can say useState, and after that you need to add the initial value in here, for example 0. Now it returns, so the first one is the initial value it returns, that is, for example, let me just say count. And after that the method that you can update the value, so we can just say set count. Now this is optional. You can just, for example, you can make it numbers or set numbers, for example, whatever you want. You can just make it like that, and there's no problem. So now after doing this, in here what I want to do is to first print my this count. So let me just say count, and now we need to just add this in here. So let me just, first I need to import. I can say import, for example, counter hook from counter hook, and we can just add our counter hook in here. So counter hook. So now if you see that we have 0 in here, and let me just add this in h3, or we can say h2 tag. Now after this I need to create a button, and I can just add a class name. So for example btn primary, and this should be so for example click, and now in here I can add on click. So I can just say on click, and in the on click we can use arrow function, and we can use this set count, and in the set count now we can just say count +1. And so you can see that how easily we have added, we have created, we have imported our useState hook, and after that we need to create our useState. Now it returns initial value or current value, and also a method for the setting the value, and in here we can just print our value, and also in the on click we can use an arrow function, and we can use set count in here, and we increment the count value. So now if I check, you can see now right now we have 0, and if I click on this, so you can see 1 2 3, and we have the same functionality as we have in the class component, and in here we have used a functional component with useState hook. You can add multiple hooks in here. So for example, let me just add another one in here. I can just use, for example, const text and set text, and I'm going to use useState, and we can just give the initial text to this as text, and now in here what I want to do is to first print this text. So I can just say h2, and this is my current text, and I can use a button in here for changing the text. So button, and we can add a class name, so it should be btn for example success, and we can just say change text. Now we can add on click for this. So button and on click, we are going to use an arrow function with the set text, and now we can add the text that we want. For example, I can say the text is changed. Okay, now you can see we have, this is the initial text that we have already added in here. So this is a text. Now if I click on the change text button, it should be like this, so the text is changed. Now I'm going to just click on this, so you can see that the text is changed. Okay guys, now we have learned that how you can use for example useState, and how you can use number and also text with useState. Now also you can use objects, or for example arrays if you want. So let me just use object. For example, in here I'm going to just say const info. So I can say const info and set info, and this should be an object of name, an empty name, and also an empty email, like this. Okay. So now after this we are going to just create an input field in here. So let me just, okay, now we can say input type, text, and we can add a class name of form control, and we can also add a value of so info dot name. So now if you see, we have a form in here. Right now we cannot write in this section, and let me just add a br tag in here, like this. Okay, now I want to just copy this, and I can add this in here, and this time I'm going to use info.email. Okay, now we need to add an onChange listener in here. So before onChange, I can just print the, so I can say name is info.name, and we can do the same for the, let me just copy this, email is info.email. Okay, name and also email. Now we can just and here we need to just add an onChange. So let me just come down, and I can say onChange, and I can use event, and I can just say set info name e.target, so name should be e.target dot value. Let me just do the same for the second one. So I can just grab this and add this for the email, and JS we can just okay now, and we need to just change this to email. So now we have, I can add my name, and you can see we have our name in here. But if I add, for example, an email address, you can see that the email is removed, the name is removed. It is because that useState does not merge the value. So now for this we need to just use separate operators. Now in here in this section we can just use for example, we want to just copy all of the attributes, or all of the fields from this object. I want to copy, and after that I am going to overwrite the value. So I can just say .info like this, and I can do the same for the email. So now this time if I add my name, so you can see I have my name, and if I add the email address, and this is my email address. Okay guys, now let's use arrays in our useState. So we have used numbers, text, and also object. Now let's use arrays. So let me just create an array in here. So let me just create my useState. So I'm going to just say articles and set articles, and we want to use useState, and in here I'm going to use array. So let me just say article 1, article 2, and article 3. Now I can just come down. Let me just add a br tag in here. So I want to iterate over my this articles array that I have, and here what I want to say that articles dot map, and we can use article, and in here we can just return our article. So in h2 tag we can just add our article. So now if you see we have our article. So in here you can see article 1, article 2, and article 3. So now it's working. Let's just add a button and also a method for adding a new article. So in here I'm going to just create a new method. So I want to call it const add article, and it is an arrow function. And in here I'm going to just use set articles. So let me just add for example new article like this. Okay, now after this let me create a button. So I want to just create in here, so button, class name btn primary. So primary, and the text is add article, and on click, so we need to add an on click listener, and this is the function that we have already created. So add article, and let me just bring this in here like this. Okay, so now you can see that I have add article in here. So if I click on the add article, you can see that my new article is added, but the my default articles that I have in here they are disappeared in here. So as I've already said that when you're using objects or arrays, you need to merge your data. You need to merge that. So by default set articles cannot merge. Now in here what we want to do is to first we want to copy all the articles. We want to copy all the articles, and after that we are going to merge the new article at the end of our this article that we have copied. So now this time if so you can see we have article 1. Now if I say add article, we have another article, and these are the previous articles, add article and also add article. Alright guys, now in this part we're going to talk about useEffect hooks. Now if you see ReactJS documentation, it's telling that the effect hook lets you perform side effects and function components. Now if you remember a class components, for example if we want to fetch the data from an API, for example we can use component that mount. Now you can use the same functionalities using the useEffect. So if you come down, now in here it's telling if you're familiar with React class lifecycle methods, you can think of useEffect hook as a component that mount, component that update, and also component will unmount combined. So you can do the same three functionalities using just useEffect. And also they have an example in here, so we will use this example. So first let me just create a simple example. Okay, now as we have already imported useState, you can use useEffect. We need to just import useEffect. So now after this, okay, now after this in here we can just use useEffect, and now it will return a function, and in here you can add your code. So let me just add a console.log, and in here let me just say useEffect is called. Okay, now so now if you see, let me just inspect the element and if I go to the console, so you can see that useEffect is called, and in every render the useEffect is called in here. Now we have a warning in here. It's because in our previous video we haven't used in here, we need to just use a key. So let me just add key, and let me just add use article, and so you can see that in every render the useEffect is called. Now for example, if I change the state, let me just click this click me button, you can see that in here we have useEffect is called, and if I change text, useEffect is called, and if I add something in here, you can see that it's rendering, and in every render. Okay, now we can restrict this and we can add a condition. So if you see in here, in for example, if I refresh the page, it's calling the useEffect, and if I, for example, add some text, it's calling useEffect, and you can see that it's not good, and we can just change or call our useEffect based on some condition. For example, in here you can add an array or another parameter in this section. So now what I want to do is, so if you leave it for example empty, an empty array, now if I check this, so now let me just remove this and let me just refresh my page. So now you can see it's called in the rendering of the page. Now if I change the state, you can see that it's not calling the useEffect. If I click on this, if I click on change text, or if I, for example, add text in here, now you can see that it is just calling the useEffect just once. It's mimicking the component didMount, and as we have in our class components. Now for example, I want to for example, if I click if I change my this state, this count state, or for example, if I want to I want just this count state, so I want to just based on this, I want to call this useEffect. Now in here right now I have just an empty array, and in this section I want to add count. And now, so you can see in the rendering it will at first called the useEffect, and after that if I do, for example, change text, nothing happens. If I add for example text, there is no problem. And if I click on the click me, or yeah, this click is, I think, yeah, you can see, because this is our class component that we have already learned. Let me just comment out this in my app.js, so it is counter, and I can just comment this. Okay, now you can see, let me refresh it again. We have our useEffect in here, and if I click on change text, you can see nothing happens. And if I add, there's no problem. And if I click on this, you can see that it's calling the useEffect. Now you can add multiple items in here. For example, also I want to just do it in a text. I want to call this useEffect when I change the state of the text. And now let me just refresh this. So we have our useEffect. On the click we have useEffect, and on the change text we have also useEffect. Okay, now let's create another example. This time we're using the example from the ReactJS documentation, and we want to change the title of our React app in here, and after we want to call the useEffect. So for this, what I want to do is I have my count in here, set count, and I don't want and I want to use this. So let me just comment this useEffect, and in here I'm going to just create useEffect. So in here what I want to do is to change the title of my web page. And here I can say document, so in this section, so document dot title, and I'm going to use backtext, and I want to just say you have clicked, and we can add our count in here times. Now I'm going to create a button in here, so in this section, so button, I can add a class name to btn primary, and I want to just say, for example, change title. So if I see in here, I have change add article and I have change title. Now in the change title, so in the change title I want to just add on click, and in here I want to call set count, and I can just say set count and count plus 1. So now let me just inspect the element. Okay, now if I click on change title, you can see that the title is changed to 4 and to 5, and let me just refresh it again. So right now you can see it is 0 times. Also let me just add a console.log in here, so just bring this in here. Okay, now you can see that the useEffect is called in the first render, and after that if I click on change title, so you can see that the title is changed, and you can see that the useEffect is called, and you can see that third time and in the fourth time. Okay guys, now let's fetch some data using useEffect. So for this, first of all, we need to install a library that's called Axios. So you can use it fetch, you can use it Axios, whatever you want. So we can just say npm install Axios. Okay guys, now the Axios is installed, if you see, and if you see package.json, and so you can see that we have Axios in here. Now after this I'm going to just create a new component, and I'm going to just call it fetch data.js. And this should be a functional component. So we have function fetch data. Now in here the first thing is that we are going to use JSON placeholder, and you can see you can just go to the JSON placeholder, and we are going to just click on the posts, and we want to just use this post endpoint. Now in here the first thing is that we need to import useState, and also we need to just use useEffect. So let me just create a state in here, so const use const, for example, articles, and set articles useState, and it should be an empty array. And after that we are going to just use useEffect, and we can just use axuse. So we need to also import axuse. Import axuse from axuse. Axuse.get, and we can just add this in here. After that it will return a promise, so we can just say .then and response, and we can just console.log response.data. And if there was an error, we can just say .catch error, and we can console.log the error. So now if I check my so I need to just add this component in my app.js. So first let me just comment this component counter hook, and now I can just add my fetch data. Make sure that you have imported, so fetch data, and now I can just inspect the element. So you can see that in the console I have 100 and this is the 100 article or posts that we have fetched from this endpoint API. So now let's just set this in our page. So instead of now in here I have just console.log, what I want to do is in here I can just say set articles, and I can use articles.data. And after this, sorry, not articles.data, response.data. Now I can just use map function to iterate over the data. I can just say articles.map, so we can just use it like this. So articles.map, and we are going to just use article, and in here we can say for example I want to just use an h3 tag, so I can just give it a key. So this should be article.id, and also I want to use article.title. Cannot read property map of undefined, so let me just add a parenthesis in here and okay. Now so now you can see that we have our data in here. But the problem is in here that it's going to a loop and it's fetching the data. It's because that we need to specify a dependency in our useEffect because we want to just fetch once. And now in here we can just add an empty array. So now if I refresh this, you can see that we have just fetched once, and this is our data in here. Also you can fetch one data. So for example, if you want to right now you can see that it's 100 data. Now if you come down, for example, we have post 1. So this time based on ID we want to get the posts. So now what I want to do is in here we need to first create a new useState. So const id and set id useState, and we are going to just give it 1 by default. And after this we need to bring a change to this. This time I'm using backticks because I want to add slash and $id and after this we need to just bring change to this. So I want to just use article, and it should be set article. So set article and we are not going to use this. Let me just comment this. Or let me just remove this from here. This time I need to just create an input type text, and the value is our ID. And also I need to add an on change. So this is set ID, and I can just say e.target.value. And in here I can just print, for example, article.title. So now, okay, now you can see that we have our first article in first title of the article in here. And if I change this to 2 or 3, you can see that it's not changing. And it's because if you see in our in here we have used an empty array. So now right now our state is related to the ID, so we can just add ID in here, and based on the ID we want to just use this useEffect. Okay, for right now it's 1, and if I change this to 5, you can see that it's changing to, the data is changing in here like this. Okay guys, now in this video we're going to talk about another hooks that's called useContext. Now if you remember my previous videos, we have talked about Context API. Now if you see for the Context API that we have learned before this, so Context provides a way to pass data through the component tree without having to pass props down manually at every level. Now we have created an example on the Context API, but useContext has the same concept as a Context API. So using useContext, also you can send or share data from your parent component to the child components without having to pass props down manually at every level of the component. Now let's recap that lesson, and we want first let me just use this example, and after that we're going to use useContext example. Now I'm going to create a new component, and I'm going to just call it for example component a.js, and I want to create one more component that is component b.js. So let me just use a functional component RFC, and for this also I want to create a functional component. Now in here what I want to do is to, let me just write component A, and the same should be, this is my component B. Now in the component A I'm going to add component B, so make sure to import that. So component B. So you can see that it's imported in here, and in the component, in the app.js, I'm going to add my component A. So component A. Now, for example, I have some data in my app.js and I want to send the data to the component B. And you can see that in here we have now component A is the child component of the app.js, and component B is, we have added component B in the component A. Now, if you're using props and you want to send the data to the component B, you need to first pass the data to the component A and after that to the component B. Now, first let's just do this using the context as we have already done it, and after that we're going to use the useContext hooks. Now, you'll see that using the useContext, it will be so much easier that you can share the data. Now, what I want to do is to, in here, first I need to create my, so let me just say const my context, and I can say React dot create context. And from here I need to export this because I will consume my data. So as we have already said that when you're going to work with the context API, you need to pass 3 steps. So the first one is that you need to create a React context, and after that you need to just add provider and feed the value to the provider. Now, okay, now let me just remove these components because I don't need this. So you can see that I have just component A in here. Now, in here what I want to do is to wrap this component using the using the provider. So we can just say my context dot provider, and now we can wrap this component using the provider. Now, after wrapping this to the provider, we need to feed a value to this provider. So we can just say value, and let me just say this is context value or whatever, you can just add it in here. Now, after doing this, now we have done our step 1 and step 2. Now in the step 3 we need to consume this data. Now this is the important point, and for the use context this will be the same. Creating of the context and also providing the data, and in the consuming of the data it will have a different approach. Now first let's just use our context API approach. Now you can see that as we have already exported my context, and in the component B what I want to do is to import this. So we can just say import and my context. So my context, and we can just import this from app. So now after doing this, let me just, I think I have an error. React is not defined in app.js, so we need to just import React in here. So import React from React. Okay, now what I want to do is to just go to the component B in here, and I have imported my context. So this is the context I have exported from the app.js. And in here I need to wrap my in here I need to just create my consumer and consume the data. So let me just remove this component B, and in the div tag what I want to do is to say my context dot consumer, and in here we can access to the data. So we can just give it a name, for example data, and we can just return first let me okay, and now we can just return, for example h2. Now we can add our data in here, and we can just print the data. So now if you see, you can see that we are receiving this is context value, and this is the data that we have sent from the app.js to the component B. Now, so this was using context API. Now this is not our topic, and I have just recapped that video. Now I want to just use the useContext hook. Now, as I've already said, that the two steps are the same. So we need to first create our context using the React, and we need to export that. After that, we need to wrap our component using the context provider. So, and we need to just specify a value for that. And after doing this, now in the component B, so in here I can just what I want to do is to remove this, and let me just remove this context consumer, and in here we need to just import useContext. So useContext, so this is also hook, and in here we can just say const data, and we can use useContext, and we need to add our my context in here. Now in the consuming section, it's one of the easiest approach to use useContext hooks, and in here we can just say data. So now we can see that this is context value. Now if I add, for example, an h1 tag in here, so you will see the difference. And also let me change the data, so this data is with context hook, use context hook. I sent. So now you can see that this is our data in here. Okay guys, now we have talked about useState, useEffect, and also useContext. Now let's talk about the useReducer hooks. Now if you see ReactJS documentation and the useReducer, it's telling that it's an alternative to useState. Now it accepts a reducer of type state and also action, and it returns new state. And also for the useReducer returns the current state with the dispatch method. Now if you're familiar with the Redux, now it will be easy for you. Also, useReducer is usually preferable to useState when you have complex state logic that involves multiple sub-values, or when the next state depends on the previous one. Now let's just create our example. So this is my app.js, and what I want to do is to first, as we have already so let me just remove this, it was from the previous video, and I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to just call it, for example, useReducer.js. And if you see, they have a good example of counter example. So you can see we have a state dispatch, so it is the new state, and it's the dispatch method, and we have reducer function and also the initial state. So you can see that they have increment and also decrement of value example. Now let's just create that example in here. Okay, now first I need to create a functional component, RFC, and as we have already imported other hooks, we can just use Reducer in here. And now, as I've already said, we can just use Reducer. Now it takes two arguments. Now the first one is the reducer function, and we can just add reducer in here, and the second one is the initial state, so we can just say initial state. Now we need to create these two, so the reducer function and also the initial state. So let me just create it at the top, so we can just say const initial state, and it is an object, so count 0, so the initial value is 0. Also we need to create our useReducer, so use reducer, our reducer function, so reducer, and now it takes two arguments. So the first one is the state and the second one is action. Now if you see ReactJS documentation, and if we see in here, so accepts a reducer of type state and also action, and it returns a new state. So in here it takes state and also action, and it returns a new state based on our action type, what action type that we want to use. So now in here we can just use switch statement, and we can just use action.type. So if the action.type, we want to just do our actions based on the type. So in the case if it is increment, so if it is increment, what we want to do is to increment the value of this count that we have in here. So we can just say count state.count plus 1. And in the case of decrement, so what we want to do is to return count state.count minus 1. So you can see that we have our reducer function. It takes two arguments like state and also action, and it returns a new state based on the action that we have. So after this, now in the useReducer, if you see ReactJS documentation, it's telling that it returns the current state and with the dispatch method. So what we want to do is to just say const, so it is the new state, and also with the dispatch method like this. Okay, so now we can just first, let me just say h2, and we can use count, so state.count. Now if you see in here, so let me just we need to add this in the app.js, so I have forgot to add it. So we can just say useReducer, make sure that you have imported in here, so it's imported automatically. And now you can see that we have count 0. It's because in here we have our count to 0. So now we can create our buttons. So the first one is button class name, and it is btn primary. We can just say button, it is increment, and let's create our second button. So button class name, so this should be btn primary, and we can just use decrement. And now if you see, we have two buttons. Right now there is no functionality for this. Now we need to dispatch our actions in here. So we want to just use on click, and it is an arrow function, and we can dispatch, so not dispatch event, so dispatch, and it's an object, and the type is increment. And we can just do the same for the on click, and dispatch, so the type is decrement, the type of action is decrement, and here the type of action is increment, and in here the type of action is decrement, and based on the action we want to dispatch our method. So now if you see in here, if I click on the increment, you can see it's incrementing, and if I click on the decrement, it's decrementing. Okay guys, now I want to show you that how you can fetch data using useEffect and also useReducer. So as I've already said that useState and also useReducer are used for state management, and we have already used useState for fetching data using useEffect, and now we can use useReducer. So Now, so first what I want to do is to create my, first I need to import, first I need to create a new file, and I'm going to just call it fetch data.js. A file already exists. Let me just say data fetching. So data fetching .js, and now I'm going to just create a functional component in here, and what I need to do is to add this component in here. So let me just add data fetching and make sure that you have imported data fetching. So the first thing is that we need to import useReducer and also useEffect. After this, we need to create our useReducer in here. So we can just say const, it will return the new state with the dispatch. And we can use useReducer. And in here you need to first give it takes 2 arguments, so we can just add our reducer function like this, and also the initial state. So we have reducer function and also the initial state. Now let's define this. So for the initial state, it is an object and we want to create a loading, so by default it is true. And also we have for example article, and it is an empty object, and we have error, so it's an empty string. So after this, now we need to create our reducer function. So const reducer. Now it takes 2 arguments. So now the first one is the the action and also the state and also action. So now we can return the useState based on an action. So we can just use switch, and we can say action.type. So there will be 2 actions. So the first one is a success if we load the data, and the second one is the error. So we can just say in the case success, what we want to do is, so we want to return, okay, now we want to return the loading to false, and the article should be action.payload, so payload, and also the error should be an empty string. Now in the case of error, so in this case we want to just return an object, so loading is false and article is empty object, and the error is, we can just add an error, so error in data fetching. Alright, now we're going to use useEffect and for fetching the data, so we can just say useEffect, and we need to give an arrow function, and also in here empty dependency array. And in here we can use Axios, so let me just import that. So import Axios from Axios, and we can just say axios.get, and in here you need to add the URL. So we are going to use this. So if you're using the posts, you need to just use iterate through the map, and if you're using one item, so for example one article or one post, you can just use it like this. So let me just copy this and bring this in here, and after that it returns a promise, so we can just say then, and response. Now in the response we want to dispatch our so the first one, the type is, we can, if we see in here, so the type is success, so we can just say success, and the payload is response.data. So now if there was an error, so .catch, so we can just dispatch, so it's an object, the type is error. So this is the error action that we want to dispatch from here. So now let's just render this in our dev container. So in here I'm going to just say if for example the data is loading, what I want to do is to just say loading, and in the else case I can just render my for example I want to just get the body, so I can just say state.article.body. Also we need to just give a state in here, and also we need to do for our error, so state.error, we can just say state.error, in the else case we just return null. So let's check that there is no problem. Expected default as a default case. So if I check, you can see now it's loading, and this is our data. So loading, and this is the data. So now if I okay, now if I add a wrong URL, for example, let me just remove this is from the post. Now, so you can see that error in data fetching, and we are receiving error in the data fetching. So if I add it again, and you can see that I am receiving the data in here. Okay guys, now let's start our integration between our Django backend and also ReactJS frontend. So we have already created our backend, and you can see that we have our models in here, we have our serializer .py in here, so we have user serializer and also article serializer, and we have our routers in here, two routers, articles, API articles and API users, and we have two view sets, we have article view set and also user view set. Now it's time to create an integration between our ReactJS frontend and also Django backend. So now if you see, so this is my Django, and I have a new project, and this is my ReactJS project, and I've created a new project, and you can see that this is my local host port 3000. And so the first thing is, because let me just install Bootstrap, because I want to use Bootstrap for my design, for the designing of the application. So you can just use npm install Bootstrap, and we are going to wait, and it will be installed. Okay guys, now Bootstrap installation has been completed. We will not use that right now, but we will work on that. So now so this is my app project in ReactJS, and let me just first bring some changes to this. So right now you can see that we have our the default page for the ReactJS. So what I want to do is to open my app.js, and in here, so first I want to remove the logo. So let me just remove the logo, and I can just say h3, and we can say Django block Django ReactJS blog app, or we can say blog app. So now you can see that we have Django and ReactJS blog app, and now what I want to do is to also remove this. First I need to just open app.css, and in here so this is the .app, and we have app.logo. We are going to just remove these two files because we are not using. And what I want to do is to just bring this header from here in this section, and also I can just use color for the text color, and also I can just add a. So first let me just also remove this because I don't want to use app header. So what I want to do is to remove this app header from here, and let me just say Django ReactJS course, and we can just change it to course. So now we have in here now we need to just so this is our text line center, background color, and I can just add also a padding, so 20 pixel. So div class name app. Okay, now I want to just take all the space of the page. So for this in here I can also just add a mean height. So this should be 100. Okay, now you can see that we have our all page in here. Okay, now after this what we want to do is to so now let me just remove the center because I don't want the text should be in the center. So now you can see Django and ReactJS course. Okay, now let's fetch our data. So I'm going to import. So first I need to just say import useState. So we are going to use React hooks. So we can just say useState from React, and in here I can just create a const articles and also set articles useState. So right now I'm going to just make it an empty array. So after this in here I can just map through these articles. So we can just say articles.map, and we can just use article. So article, and in here we can print our article, or we can render our article. So we can just say return, and in the h2 tag let me just say article. So right now if I run this, you will see that nothing happens because right now our it's empty, our array is empty. So if I add article 1 and also article 2, so you can see that we have our two articles in here. Now because we have data in our backend API, and if you see my Django at main panel, so this is Django at main panel. So let me just run my server. And now, so I can just go to the articles. So I have just one article in here, so I want to fetch this article. And for this, we have created our useState hooks, and we are going to just we have articles, and the method is setArticle for setting of the articles. So now let me just remove these two articles from here because I have added manually. Now we are going to use another hook that's called useEffect. So because we want to fetch the data, now for the fetching of the data or for the side effects, you can just use useEffect hooks. So we can just use add useEffect in here, and after that in the section we can just say useEffect. So it returns a function and a row function, and also we need to add an empty array as a dependency. So we are going to use fetch. You can use Axios, as we have already done some data fetching using Axios in our React Hooks tutorial, but in here we want to use fetch. So we can use fetch, and in here you need to add the URL or endpoint that you want to fetch. So if you see in here in this section, so you can see that we want to fetch the data from localhost. Let me just copy this and paste it in here, and after that we want to use API. It's because if you open our routes, so API URLs, so in here you can see that we have API, and after that we have articles. So we have added API, and now we can add articles. And now we need to add in here objects. Okay, so first we need to add the method, so we can just add method, and the method is get because we want to get the data. After that we need to pass the headers, so we can just add the headers in here, and the first one is content type, and this is application JSON/JSON, and also we can add authorization because we are going to use token authentication or token authorization. So in here we can just say token, and we want to add a token from here for right now. If you see in the tokens, we have two tokens for the my user and also this. So let me just add the token for the super user, and I can just copy this and add this in here. And after that now it returns a promise, so we can just say .then, and we can just get the response, and after that we need to convert the response to the JSON. And also we need to just add another .then, and in here we can just set the response to the articles that we have, to this articles. So we can just say set articles, and we can just add the response in here. And if there was an error, so, and I want to just catch that error, and I can say error, and I want to just say console.log the error. So this is my so first I have created useState for getting the state of my data. So I'm using useState, and after that I'm using useEffect for fetching the data. So I have used fetch, and after that I have added the URL that I want to fetch the data from that. So that's the API articles, and after that I can pass some data in here like method is get and headers. These are the headers. Now the fetch returns a response, and after that I can just returns a promise, so we can just get the response, and after that we convert the response to the JSON, and after that we set the response to our set articles, and in here we are going to just catch the error if there was an error. So now after this And after this, you can see that in here we are mapping through the articles. And now if I check this, and if so right now you can see that nothing happens because I have errors in here. If I go to here, you can see in the console that it's telling access to fetch from origin has been blocked by course policy. No access control allow origin. Header is present on the requested resource. Now, what's course? It's cross-origin resource sharing. It's an HTTP header-based mechanism that allows a server to indicate any other origins like domain, schema, or port than its own from which a browser should permit loading of resources. Now, it's a security feature for the browsers. We need to add the course. So there's a library that's called Django course headers. So Django course headers. Now the first thing is that you need to install this. So you can, it's the latest version, and you can just say pip install Django course headers. Now after installation, if you come down, so first you need to add this in the installed apps. So I can just copy this and open my PyCharm ID in the settings.py. I can add this in here. So now this was the first step, and the second step, what we want to do is to add the middleware, the course middleware. Now it's telling that make sure that you add this course middleware before the common middleware. So we can just copy this, and we can just come in the middleware. So we need to add this before the common middleware in here. Now the last step is that we need to whitelist, or we need to add the configuration for the specific domain. So let me just copy this. So we want to use the first one, and they're different one, but it's the recommended one, and I can just add it in here. So I'm going to remove this and this. And this time I want to use localhost, and if you see, I want to use this 3000. So we can just add 3000 in here. So now if I refresh the data, so now right now we don't have that error, the course error, and this error is because in here we have an object and we are returning an object. So for this we can just say article.title. So if you see in our model, let me just show you, in our models.py we have title and also we have description. So it's just a simple model. So we're for right now we're going to just fetch the title. So you can see that we have our title in here, and if I refresh this, so this error is from the key prop, and I will fix this. So right now you can see that we have a model view set added. So this is the first title that we have in our database. So if I see articles, you can see. Now let me just add another article. So let me just say this is new article, and this is new description. And let me just save it, and now I can refresh this. So you can see that this is the new article title that we have added. Okay, now let's fix this issue, this warning, and also we are going to just render the description also. Now open this this time. So we are going to and here we need to return multiple items. So let me just wrap this with the parentheses like this, and after that I need to just create a div tag. So div, and I want to close the div. So I have my article.title, and I can just create a p paragraph tag, and I want to just also add article dot. So if you see our models, we have dot description. So article dot description, and also we need to add a key, and the key is article dot ID, because we have also an auto created ID for our model. So now you can see that this is our, so if I refresh this, you'll see that I don't have this warning again. Now you can see the warning is gone, and this is our title. This is the description. This is the title, and this is the description. And let me just make this h1 tag, so it should be bigger. So this is my title for the page. So you can see. Now let me just add a new data in here. So Django and ReactJS tutorial. This is Django and ReactJS course for beginners, and we can just copy this, save it, and if we refresh our data, so you can see that we have another Django and ReactJS tutorial. So just simply we have created our state, useState, and after that we have fetched the data using the useEffect. So this is our endpoint URL, and we can add some data like method and also headers, and we can get back a promise. So this is response. We need to convert our response to the JSON, and after that we set the response to the articles, and this is for the error handling. And in here we can just use map for iterating over the articles, and after that we can just use our key, that's ID, and we are rendering our article.title and article.description that we have in our article model. Okay guys, now I have my backend and I have my frontend. I have fetched the data from the backend to the ReactJS frontend. Right now everything is working and there's no problem, but you can see that we have our app.js file, and we have done our fetching approach in the app.js. Now it will be good to create a new component and list our all articles in that component, and after that we can send the data from our app.js to our new component using the props. Now this is not just the way that we can use props. There are other ways, like for example right now we have just a simple application and we can use props, but maybe you have a more complex application, more complex logic, and there will be nested components. So on that time you can use Context API, or if you're using hooks you can use Context hooks. Because our application is not complex, we can just handle this approach using the props. So if you have watched my ReactJS tutorial in this course, you will know that what I mean. So using props we can send the data from our app or app.js, or we can say that our parent component to the child components. Now let me just create a new file. So in here in the src, I want to create a new folder, and I'm going to just call it components. And in the components, what I want to do to create a new file, I'm going to just call it article list.js. So in here we need to create a functional component, and what I want to do is to move this part of the code, now fetching of the article. So from here I want to move it like this. So I want to bring this code in here, so let me just add it in this section. And after this what I want to do is to add props in here, and in here I need to import my article list. So I can just say import article list from components, from this components folder that I have created, and it is article list. And in here what I want to do is I'm going to add my article list in here like this, and after that if I refresh the page, you can see that I am receiving error that articles is not defined in the article list.js. Because we don't have the articles in our article list.js, we have the articles in here. So now what I want to do is to send this articles from my app.js to the article list.js. So as I've already said that for sending or sharing the data, we can use props. So in here what I want to do is, so I have added props in here, and in here I can just say props.articles. So now if I refresh this, you can see that I am receiving error, and this error is because, so first let me just add, so also we need to send this articles. So I have my article list, so in here I can just say articles. So first let me just show you. Now if I refresh my page, now you can see that it's working and I have my articles in here. So now in here what I have done, I've created a new component that's article list.js, and I have moved my listing of the articles from the app.js to the article list.js. And after that I have used props to share or send the data from my main component that's app.js to the article list using the props. So in here you can see I have sent this articles in here, so articles using the props in my article list.js. Now here's a problem. If I remove this, and so now you can see that I am receiving cannot read property map of undefined. It's because in here if you see we have an empty state in here, and we are sending an empty articles through our app.js to the article list, and right now there's no articles in the props. So what I want to do is to first check this. So I can just say if props.articles. So in here I am going to say that if I have my articles in the props, I want to execute this code. I want to map or iterate through the articles, and I have print them. Now if I don't have articles in the props, I don't want to execute this code. So now so right now you can see that I don't have the articles in the props. So you can see it's empty, and you can see that the application is working, but we don't have the data because we don't have the props or the articles. So now I can just say articles and articles, and now if I refresh this, so you can see that we have our articles in here. Now let's just add some styles in here. So I want to add some space between the articles and this my title. And what I want to do is to, in here I can just add two BR tags. So let me just add two BR tags, and you can see that I have space in here. Also I'm going to add a line, horizontal line between every articles. So in the article list.js, and here in the div tag I can add a horizontal line. So now you can see that we have a line between the articles like this. Alright guys, now in this part we're going to learn that how you can create a full CRUD application. So right now you can see that we have fetched our data, and these are the data that we have fetched from our Django backend. Now as we have created our backend, we have created a full CRUD operation that we can create article, read article, update article, or delete article. So right now we have fetched the data. Now let's edit the data, and we want to work on our editing. So for right now, this is our article list, and what I want to do is to, in my article list.js, I want to create two buttons. So you can add it icons, for example, for editing or deleting. I want to add just two buttons, and these are Bootstrap buttons. So in here I'm going to create so first let me just describe one thing. We have already installed Bootstrap, so you can just use npm install Bootstrap and it will be installed. After that, you need to add the Bootstrap, so I'm going to just include that in my index.js. So in here I want to just say import Bootstrap and dest css, and it is bootstrap dot main dot css. Okay, after this, now in here the first thing is that I need to create a div class, so I'm going to just call it row, and let me just close this div class. After this, we need to create another div class name, and I'm going to just say call md1, and we can just close this div. And in here we need to create our button, so I'm going to just say button class name, and it should be btn primary, and it should be update, so the text should be update. So now let's just check this that we have our button here. So you can see that we have a update button in here. Let me just add another div class, so because I want one button for the updating and also one button for the deleting. So now let me just copy this div class from here, and let me just paste it in this section. And so let me just use call in here, and I want to, it should be btn danger, and this should be delete. So we have our update button and we have our delete button. So you can see we have update and we have delete. Now one thing, so you can see, let me just add a color, a CSS style for this horizontal line that I have, because it's not looking good. And in here I can just add HR class name, and we can just say HR class, and now we can just set some style for this in the app.css. So in here HR class, and we can add background color, and I'm going to just add red color. So now you can see that we have in here. Okay, now we have our two buttons. We have update button and we have delete button. Right now there is no functionality for these buttons, so we want to add some functionality for these two buttons. And so in here in this section I want to add an on click, so I can just say on click, and from here I can just use an arrow function, and I can just say edit btn, and I want to pass article in here. So right now I haven't created this edit btn. Let me just create this at the top. So in here let me just create const edit btn, and we are going to pass article like this. Now from this component, from the article list.js, we need to notify our app.js or our parent that which article has been clicked. So we can do that using this method. So we can just say props.edit button, and we can just pass our article in here. So this button is just for notifying of the parent that which for example, which article has been clicked. Now in the app.js, what I want to do is to first I need to create a new file. So I'm going to just call it form.js, and this should be a functional component, and in here I'm going to just say, for example, form. Now in the app.js, we are going to just create our button. So create our method, this method, so edit button, and let me just, because we are sending this method as a prop, so in here we can just say const, let me just create in here in this section, so const, and we can just pass article, so article. And what I need to do is to create a new state in here for editing. So this is for listing of the articles and setting the articles. So we can just create another one. This should be edit article. So edit article, and also set edit article. And this should be null by default. And now in this method, we can just say set edit article, and we can pass article in here. So after doing this, now we have the track of the article in our this edit article. Now we can send this data to our form.js. Now we can just use this, and first we need to import this in here. So we can just say import form from components, so components, and it is form. And now we want to send the track of our articles, our edited articles, to our form.js. So now we can include this in here. So we can just say form. So first let me add this form in here. And if I refresh my page, so you can see that I have form in this section. And also as you have as we have in here, so we have sent we need to send this edit button, so as we have used in here edit btn, and we need to send as a props. So by this reason, in the article list, what we want to do is to say edit btn, and we can add this edit btn in here like this. And now in here we need to just add the edited article, so we can edit article, and in here I can just say article, and this should be edit article. So now let me just describe it once more. So in here we have, in our article list, we have created two buttons. So first one is for updating, and the second one is for deleting. And the update, what I want to do is to trigger an edit btn on when we click on the update button. And this function is nothing but it's just for notifying our parent or app.js that we want to notify that which article has been clicked. And after that, this is the method that we are receiving from our app.js as a props. So now you can see that in here we have created this edit button, and in here what we want to do is to use the set edit article state, and that we have used in here. And after that, we have sent this edit btn as a props to the article list. So you can see edit btn, and in here we have received this props.edit btn, and we have passed the article in here. And also after that, we have saved the data in our edit article. So we are tracking the edited article in this in here in this state. And after that, we want to send this in our new component, that is form.js, because in the form.js we are going to create a form that is used for editing the articles. Now in the form.js you can see that now I have article, and in here I can just use props. And now if I say so first let me check that props dot article. So if we have article in the props, we can just say props dot article dot title. Okay, so now if I click on the update, and if you come down, so let me just come down, so you can see that we have model view set. So this is the title that we have. If I click on this, so you can see we have another one, and if I click on this, you can see that we have another one. Okay guys, now instead of rendering my title after clicking on the update button, what I want to just create a form in here. And after that, when I click on the update, I want to render the form. So for this, I am in the form.js. Now this time, instead of title, so first I'm going to check that if I have article in the props, and after that, if I have, I want to just render my form, and in the else case, I want to just return null. Like this. Okay. Now in here I can create my form. So I'm going to just use a div class. So div class name, and this should be a class from the Bootstrap. And let me close this div. So first I want to create a label. So label, and I need to give HTML4. And this should be title, and also class name. I want to add a class, so this is form control, and also so this should be title, so label, and this is my title. And I need to create an input type, so input type text, and the class name should be form control. Form control, and also I can give it an ID. So title, we can give a placeholder, so like this. You can just say please enter the title, like this. So now let me just, I have error in here. So div class, I need to add this in here. So if we have article, we are rendering our form, and in the else case we are going to just say null. So now we can just check this. Okay, so now if I click on the update, and now you can see that I have a title. So the title is, and I have also, now let me just fix the title, HTML label, HTML for title, and class name is, it's form label, not form control. So now we can see that we have our title, and we have the input text for the title. So we want to add another one for the text area, and it should be for the description. So first let me just add the label from here. Let me just copy this and paste it in here. So this should be description, and the description, And after that I can create my text area. So text area, so let me just close the text area, and in here I can add a class name for this. So the class name is form control, and also we can add an ID for this. So the ID is description. We can add rows, so I want 5 rows for this, so 5. And now this is our description section. So now you can see I have title, I have description. Now also I want to add a button in here, so I can just say button, and the class name is btn success, and the text is update. So now you can see I have update button in here, so we can just say update article, for example, like this. And also let me just add br tag in here because I want some space. Now you can see we have our update article button with the title field and also description. So now let me just refresh this. Now you can see I don't have the form. If I click on the update, you can see that I have the form in here. Okay, now we have a problem in here. It's because we have already said that props are immutable. We cannot change the value of the props. So in here, if you see that we are receiving the article as a props, and from the app.js, from here you can see that we are receiving article as a props. Now what we want to do is to create our own state for the data for the articles, and we want to update it in the form.js component. So for this I'm going to just import useState, and first I want to create a title and also set title and useState, and in here I can just say props dot article dot title, and we want to just say const description and also set description. So useState props dot description props dot article dot description. So now we have our two data in the title and also description. Now we can change that. So right now if you see that this is just Bootstrap or HTML form, now we need to add a control to this. So for this we need to add a value. So now for the input type, and let me just do it in here. So I want to add a value for this, and the value should be title. So now if I write something in here, so you can see that now I am receiving the value of the article in here, the title. So now if I refresh this, so now we are receiving an error that cannot read property title of null. Now it's because if you remember from app.js, we are sending article to our form.js, and by default the value of the article is null. Now we need to check this first. So in here we can just say that if we have edit article, so we want to just display this, and in the else case we are going to just return null. So now if I refresh this, now you can see that I'm not receiving any error. And now if I click on this Django and ReactJS tutorial, so let me just click on update, I have the form, and you can see that this is the title in our input field. Right now I cannot write anything in here because now we need to add on change. So in the form.js I can add on change. So when I want to change the form, I want to use set title, and I can just say e.target.value. So I want to capture the value of the input using the e.target.value. Now I can write in here, so you can see that I can remove the data and I can write in here. So now let's do this for this description. So let me just copy this from here, and I want to just come in the description and I can paste it in here. So this should be description, and this should be set description. So let me just remove this, set description. So now you can see that we have our description in here, and also we have our title in here. Now if I refresh this, and if I click for example on this, so you can see we have our form with the title and also description populated. So now let's work on our update button. So when we want to click on this update button, we want to update the data. So in here we need to just add an on click. So I'm going to just say on click, and in the on click you can just add the method that you want to use. So for example, I want to just use name it update article. Now I need to create this at the top. So const update article. So you can add your update code in here, but we have different features in here. For example, like updating, deleting, and also adding new articles. So for this, we're going to create a new JavaScript file for these kind of functionalities. So let me just open in here in the source folder. I'm going to just create a new file, and I'm going to just call it API service.js. And in here we are going to just create a class. So we can say export default and class. I'm going to just call it API service. And in here we can just use our update method. So we can just say update article, and we want to pass article ID. Also we need to pass body. Okay, now we can just say return, and we want to return the fetch method, and in here you need to I'm going to use backticks. So let me just copy the URL from my app.js, and bring it in here, and we are going to use, so because we want to update according to our ID, so also we need to add article ID in here. And after this, let me just close this some files. So after this we need to add the method, so we can just say method get, and also we need to add the headers. So now in here we can just say so method get, and also we need to add the headers. So this is content type, and also we have authorization, and it's based on the token. Now we need to change this because we want to update, so this should be put not get. Okay, so we are returning our fetch, and we want to update our data according to the ID. and the method is port, and this is the headers, and also this is the token. And also in here we need to add a body. We are going to convert our body. We can just say JSON stringify, and we can add body in here. So body. And also we need to convert our data to JSON, so we can just say .then response, and we can say response dot JSON. So now this file is created, and we have update article in here. Now what I want to do is in my form.js I want to use from this method. So in the const update article in here, first I need to import this, so we can just say import API service from API service, and in here we can just say API service dot, and we are going to use our this update article. So update article. So first the first one is the ID, so we can get the ID from props, so props.article.id, and after that we need to pass the body, and this is the title and also description. So we need to pass an object, so the first one is title, and also we have description, and after that it returns a response, so we can just say .then promise, and we can say response, and let me just console.log this response, so response. So now let me check my ReactJS application. So I'm going to just click on the update. So in here, for example, let me just also open the console in here. Okay, so now in here I want to update this, and let me just remove this, or so I can add a new in here. So this is new title, and it is updated. Okay, so after this, now if I click on update article, so you can see that I am receiving a response, and you can see that this is changed. This is new title and it is updated. So now if I refresh my page, you will see that I have the new updated title. I don't have this Django and ReactJS tutorial. So if I refresh, so you can see that I have this is new title and it is updated. Now let me update another data. So let me just click on this, and if I inspect, and if I go to the console, so in here, so I want to update this so Django and ReactJS course for beginners, and if I click on update article, so you can see that we have updated version in here, and if I refresh this, you will see that this is changed. So let me just refresh this, and you can see that Django and ReactJS course for beginners. So right now you can see that we are refreshing, but we will fix this, that it should be automatically updated in our UI. Okay guys, now let's update our UI. So right now we can update our data, and there's no problem, and it's updating, but we want to automatically, when we update the data, we want to update also the UI. For example, if I update this, I want it should be automatically, it should be my UI also be updated. So for right now, if you see in our forum.js, let me just show you. So in here we are, for right now we are just logging the response. Now we need to send this response to our app.js. So from here we can just say props dot updated information, and we can send the response. So now So response props dot updated information, I think. Okay. So now after this, now I need to create this method, so updated information. So let me first create this in here in my app.js, and let me just say const updated information, and it takes article, and now we can add our this method in our form.js. So in here we need to send this form. So now we have form article, and also we can just add this in here, updated information. Okay, now in here in this method, first we need to check our IDs. So, and according to IDs we want to update information in our app.js. So I'm going to just say const new article, and in here I need to iterate over my articles list. So we can use articles, and these are the places that my articles are stored. So I can just say articles dot map, and after that I'm going to just say my article. Okay, now in here I want to check that if my article dot id, if the article id is the same as article dot id. So in this case what I want to do is I want to just return the article, and in the else case I want to return my article. And after that you can see that now I have my new articles, a new article in here. Now I can use this set articles to update my UI, to update the new articles in the UI list. So now in here I can just say set articles, and I can add new articles in here, new article. Okay, now let's check our UI. So for example I want to update this, and let me just say new data that is updated. And now if I click on the update button, so let me just say update article, you can see that it's updated automatically. Now let me just remove this description, and let me just say this is my description, and it is newly updated description for the, for example, article. And if I click on update article, you can see that this is updated automatically, and you can see that our UI is also updated. Okay guys, now we have done our updated process, but right now we have a little bit problem in this app. Now for example I'm going to click on this update, so you can see that I have my update form in here. It's populated with the data. But if I click in my another article to update, so you can see that it's not showing me the new data. So this is because if we see our form.js, and here we have initiated our article title and also article description. So now in the first time there is no problem, it's working, but in the second time, because it's already initiated, it's not working. So if I click on this, you can see that we have, and if I click again, it's not working. So for this we are going to use another hooks that's called the useEffect hook. So as I've already said, that you can use useEffect hook for the side effects, and here we can just add useEffect, and instead of doing for example initiating this in here, we want to do that in the useEffect hooks. So in here I can just say useEffect, and it is an arrow function. And what I want to do is to remove this from here, and I need to just make it an empty string. And in the useEffect in here, I can just say set title, and I want to just say props dot article dot title, and set description, so props dot article dot description. And also in here we need to specify the array dependency, and we want to tell that based on which condition we want to perform the useEffect. So in here I want to just say based on the props dot article. So now let me just refresh my page. Now if I click on the Django and ReactJS, so you can see that it's working for the first time. And if I click on this new update new data, you can see that it's now we have a new data in here. So if I click on this again, we have this data in here. Alright guys, now we want to insert a new article. So now for inserting the article, there are three processes. Now the first process is that we need to populate the form for inserting the data. The second process is that we just update our data, insert our data. And in the third process, we need to just update our UI with the new added articles. So now what I want to do is in here, you can see that if I click on the update, you can see that I have this form. So I want to use the same form for the inserting of the data. So let me just open my app.js, and in here I want to add a button in here. So this button is for inserting the data or inserting the article. So this is div class name, this is my app, and in here I want to create another div class, so I can just say div class name, and it should be row. And let me just close this div and bring this div in here. Okay, after that I need to wrap my items in a column, so I can just say col, and let me just close this col. Okay, so now in the row I want to create another another column, so div class name, I can just say col, and in here I can create my button, so I can just say button, class name is btn primary, so btn primary button, and this should be insert article, so insert article. So now you can see that I have an insert article button in here. Now right now there is no functionality for this button, so I want, when I click on insert article, I want to populate the form in here. So let me just refresh this, and if I click on this, I want to populate the form in this section. So for this we need to just add an on click for this, so I can just say on click, and in the on click I want to just say article form, so this is my method. Now I need to create this method, so in here I can just say const article form, okay. Now as I have already said that we are using the same form as we have used for the updating or editing the data. So for this, if you see in here, we have set edited article. So we are going to use our this method, and let me just copy this and bring this in here. Now this time we want to populate an empty form. So for example, in here, if you see, if we click on the update, so this is a populated form with the data in here. I want it should be empty because I want to insert my article. So for this, I want to just make the title to empty string and also description to the empty string. So like this, okay? So now if I click on the insert article, so you can see that I have a new form with the empty title and also empty description. Now if I click on the update, you can see that these functionalities, we have these functionalities in here. And if I click on insert new article, we have the title and description, empty title and empty description. But right now you can see that the button is update article. Now we need to change this button. Okay, now I'm going to open my form.js. Now in here, so I want to, if you see in here, we have the, let me just come down, and this is the button for updating. And in here, so we can say that if we have ID, it means that we want to update the data. If you don't have the ID, it means that we don't want to update the data. So in here, we can just check. So we can say that if we have props.article.id, so we want to show the update button. So in the else case, what I want to do is to show the insert article button. So let me just copy it again, and this time what I want to do is it should be insert article, and instead of this I want insert article. So let me just create this insert article method. So in here, so we have update article, we can just use const insert article. So right now it's an empty, so empty function. Now let me just refresh this, and this time if I click on insert article, you can see that we have button of insert article, and for the update I have update in here. Okay, now I want to add my inserting mechanism in my API service.js. So I'm going to just open API service, and in here we have update, and now I need to create a new method in here. So I'm going to just say static insert article, and I want to pass the body, and we want to return our fetch. And let me just copy this from here and bring it in this section, and also we need to add our method and also headers. So let me just copy this from here and add it in this section. Now this time our method is post because we are posting the data, and we have our authorization. Also we can just bring the body in here, and we want to just stringify it, the body, and also we are receiving a response or a promise, and I need to add this in here. So I think we need to just remove this parenthesis from here, and we want to bring that in this section, and in here we can add our .then or response. So now we have our insert article, we are returning our fetch, and we are using method post, and this is the headers, and this is the body, and also we're receiving a promise. Now we have our response in here. Now after this, what I want to do is to open my forum.js, And in here I can do my inserting mechanism. So I can just say API service dot insert article, and it's an object. We have body in here, we need to add the body, so the body is title and also description. And now we can just get the response, so we can just say response, and for right now let me just say console.log the response. So now let's just check our app, and I'm going to just click on the insert article. So right now you can see I have 1, 2, 3 articles. And now let me just open my console. So in here I want to just add my new, for example, my new article, or we can just say article about Python. This is an article about Python. And now if I click on the insert article, so you can see that I have my article about Python and I have returned the data in here. Now if I refresh my page, you can see that I have the new article in here. So article about Python. And if I check my Django administration panel in the articles, if I go, so you can see article about Python, I have the article in my backend. Okay, now we have our inserted article, but now we need to just send our this newly added article to our app.js, or we can say that we need to send our response to the UI, and we need to update our UI with the new added article. So now instead of console.log response, I want to just send this, so I can just say, I can remove this and I can just say props dot, as we have done in here for the updated information, we can just say for example inserted information, and we can pass the response in here. Now we need to create our this inserted information in our app.js. So let me just open my app.js, and in here I can just say const and we want to push back this to the form.js. So we have form article, edit article, update information, and we can just have inserted information. So now in the inserted information, so we can just say const new articles, and after that what we want to do is to first copy our all articles. So as I've already, if you have watched the my React Hooks tutorial in this course, so when you're using array or object, so first you need to just copy your all data, and after that you can append your newly data. So for example in here I want to first copy my all previous articles, so I'm going to use separate operator, so I can just say dot articles, and after also I need to pass article in here. So this is the new article, so I want to first copy my all articles, and after that I want to append the new article to this to the article list, and after that I can just push the new article to the articles. So I can just say set articles, and I can just add new articles. So now let's check our application. So you want to insert article. So now if I come down, you can see my form, and I can say Django is for for example backend development. You can use Django. It is awesome framework, and I can just click on insert article. So I think we have a problem in here. So we are receiving the object again in here. So let me refresh this. So Django is backend, and now I think I have unsaved data in here, so I need to just save this. And now I can just insert new article. So this is Django second article. This is Django description. Now if I click on insert, so you can see that we are receiving this is Django second article, and this is our description here. So let me add another data in here. So click on insert new, my new test data, title added, so my new description added, and insert. So you can see it is inserted, and if I check my Django backend, you can see that we have the data in here. Alright guys, now this will be the last part for the CRUD operations, and we want to work on our delete. So we have learned about update, and we have learned about insert article. So let me just add a new article in here. So we will delete this article. This will be deleting article description, and we can just insert article. So the article is added in here. Now when I want to click on the delete, I should delete the article. So if you see my article list.js, so we have our delete button in here, you can see, and in here what I want to do is to create an onClick, and the onClick will be so you can just name it whatever you want. So I'm going to just say delete btn. Okay, so after this we need to create this method, and through this method, as we have sent the edited information to the app.js, we need to do the same process. We need to send the deleted article information to the app.js. So you can just say deleted button, and in here we can just add article, and we can just say deleted button, and we can pass article in here. So sorry, and also we need to use props because we want to do this process of deleting in our app.js. So now I want to create this delete btn in my app.js. So in here I can just say const delete btn, and we can pass article, and now we are going to just add this in our article list like this. Okay, so now in here, first we need to find the clicked article and clicked article information. So we can just say const new articles, and after that we can say articles dot filter. We want to filter that using the filter function, and we can just give it my article, and in here we can check. So if my article dot id is equal to article dot id, what we want to do is to return the false, and in the else case we can just return true. So now let me just describe once more. So in here in the article list we have our delete button, and from here we are going to just track the information of the deleted article, and we want to just send that to the app.js using the props. And in the app.js we can create our delete btn, and in here we are checking so first we want to filter our all articles, and after that we are going to check to find the deleted article. And now right now the code is not completed because we need to create our deleting approach in our API service, so for deleting. So now for this, in our API service in here, we need to create a new method in here. So I'm going to just call it static, and we can just say delete article, and we need to pass article ID because according to the ID we want to delete that article. So we want to return the fetch. So let me just copy all of these codes from here and bring this in this section. So what we want to do is in here, so first so this is our article ID, and we are going to use delete, so instead of put. And after this we are not let me remove this from here, and even we are not receiving any response in here. Okay, now we need to open our article list, and in here now what we want to do is to first import our API service. So we can just say import API service from API service. And now we can do our deleting process in here. So we can just say API service dot delete article, and in here we need to pass the article ID. So article.id dot then, and in the response we want to just do this action. Okay, now let's just test our application. So let me just save this, and now I can go in here. So now I have we will delete this data, and now if you see my Django admin panel, I have this data in here, so this will be deleted. Okay, now I'm going to click on the delete. So nothing is working. Let me just check where is the problem. So I have 2 error, 404 not found. So if I check here, so API articles undefined, and we're receiving undefined, and oh, I think error is in here, so I need to just so let me just make it correct, and delete btn article API service dot delete article dot id dot then, and in here we need to use like this. Okay, so props dot delete btn article, and let me just add a dot catch in here. So in here I want to just say console dot log error. Okay, now let's refresh the page, and now I want to delete this one. Again we have error delete for not found, and it's undefined. Okay guys, now I have found my mistake. That where is the mistake? It is in my button. So if you see in here, as you can see that in here we are passing article to the method of delete btn, and in here we have forgot to add our article in here. So let me just add article, and now I should not see any error in here. and also this should be a row function. So delete button, yeah, now we should not receive any error. So let me just refresh the page, and now if I click on the delete, again delete not found. But if I refresh the data, now the data is deleted, so you can see that I don't have the data in here. Let me just click on delete again, and if I refresh this, this is Django. Now you can see that the data is deleted and it's working. Let me just add a new article in here, and let me just say this is article for deleting. This is the description, insert article, and if I delete this, the data is deleted but it's not refreshing on my so you can see that the data is deleted but it's not refreshing in here. Let me just check that why it's not refreshing the page. Okay guys, now it's because in here we are now in this section we are checking the IDs. Now after that we need to just set our articles to this new article. So we want to refresh our list, and we want to just add the new list in here. So we can just say set articles, and in here we can add the new articles. So now if I refresh this, and in here if I click on the delete, so now you can see it's deleted. Delete, it's also deleted. Now it's working correctly. And now let's just add new article. This should be deleted. This is the description, insert article. We can delete article, and let's for example update our article. Let me just remove this, and if I click on update, now you can see that all our CRUD operation is working with our ReactJS frontend and also Django backend. Now you can see that in the backend we have our put, and we have get, and also we have delete operations. We have deleted, we have updated the data, and after that we have get all the data from the APIs. You can see that it's we are receiving these actions in the console. Okay guys, now in this part we're going to work in our login and registration system. So right now if you see everyone can insert article or delete or update the articles. Now by default I want to show a login page, and after entering the user credentials I want to show this page. So now for this I need to do some routing, and for that I am going to use another library that's called React Router DOM. So now the first thing is I'm going to create a new file, a new component, and I'm going to just call it login.js, and this is a functional component RFCE. So this is my login page, and in here I can just say please login, so h1, and I can say please login like this. So now after this we need to install the React Router DOM library. So for that you can just use npm install React Router DOM, and now I am waiting for the installation. Okay guys, now the package has been installed, React Router DOM, and now so now what I want to do is to open my index.js, and I want to create my routing in here. So now if you see package.json, I have the React Router DOM in here. So now let's just go to the index.js, and in here I need to create a component, and I can just say so first I need to import, so I'm going to just say import route and also browser router from React Router DOM. And now I can create function, and I can just say so this should be route, not router, so route, and I'm going to just create router, and in here I can just return, so I can return browser router, and let me just close the browser router, and in here I want to use my path in here, and I can just say route exact path. And so if this is so for example for the index, I want to use my login component, so I need to just import, I have already created, so now in here I can just say import login from components, and this should be login, and I can just give it, for example, login. Okay, so now after this we need to add the router function in here instead of app, so I'm going to just use router. Now if you see, okay guys, now we have error in here, it's route not router, so I have made a mistake, because you can see that we need to use route from the React Router DOM. And so now you can see that I have login in here. Now, so by default, if I go to the localhost port 3000, I have my login page. Now I want to create another route for the main articles, so that's located in the app. So I can just say articles, and this should be article. Not article, this should be app, my app component. Okay, so now let's just now if I go to the articles, so you can see that I'm seeing my articles, and if I go to the login, so I'm seeing the login page. Now let's create our login form. So I'm going to just open my login.js, and in here I can just say div class name, and I can add my app in here to change the color of my ReactJS. And after that, now we can create our login form. So I'm going to just say div class name, and this should be mbp3. Close this div, and after this we need to create label, so label html4, and this is username, and after that we can add a class name for this, so class name for label. Let me close the label in here, and I can add username. So now let's create our input, our text field. So input type, it should be text, and I can give a class name, so it's a Bootstrap class, so I'm going to use form control, so form control, and also you can give ID, so it should be username, and also we can give a placeholder, so we can say please enter username. And now if I refresh my page, or if I see my page, you can see that I have username. Now let's just add, so first I want to add to-be tag in here, and also I want to add the to-be tag after the login h1 tag. So now we have some spaces between these. Now, so this was for the username. Let me just copy this, and I want to just add one more for the password. So let me change this to password, and it should be password, and the input type is password, the class name is form control, the ID is password, and the placeholders, please enter password. And now you can see we have a username and also password. Let's just add a button, and it should be a login button. So button, class name btn primary, and we can just say login. So now we have a login button in here. Okay, right now if you see, it's a simple form from the HTML. So we want to add some controls from the ReactJS. So for this, what I want to do is to create some states. So I need to import useState hook. So useState, and I can just say const username and set username, useState, use state, and it should be empty string. And I want to just do the same for the password. So password, and also set password. Also, it should be an empty string. Now after that, I can add the value for this input fields. So let me just come down in here. So first I want to add for the username, so I can just add username. So now if I see in here, I cannot write in here. Now we need to just add on change for the username. So we can say on change and event or e, and we can just say set username e.target.value. We want to capture the value from the username field. So now you can see that I can write in my username. Let's do the same process for the password. So I can just simply copy this, and I'm going to paste it in here. So let me just come down, and I need to change this to password, and this should be password, set password. So set password. So now I can write in here, and also I can write in my password. Now let's add an on click for the login button. So button on click, and I can just say login btn. Now I need to create this method at the top. So I can just say const, and it should be an arrow function. So now we need to just open our API service, because we want to create our login functionality, because we want to send the username and password to our backend API. So for this, what I want to do is to just copy the, let me just copy the update article from here, or let me just copy this insert article, copy this, and after that I want to just paste this in here. So now this should be login user, so let me change this to login user, and I want to send the body. So this time we don't want to use API articles. If you see our backend API, so in our API project urls.py, so we have a separate URL for the authentication. So we can just add this in here. So let me just add it, auth. The method is post, and we don't need this hard-coded authorization. And so body JSON, and also response. Now let's go to the back to the login.js. So let me just close some files from here. So in here, first we need to import our API service. So we can say import API service from API service dot login user, and in here we need to pass the title and also the username and also password. So because we want to send the username and password, and after that we can just say .then response, and for right now let me just console.log the response, and also I can catch the error, so I can say console.log the error. So console.log the error. Now let's test our application. So now I have my login. Let me just open my console, and in here I can add my correct username and password, and if I click on the login, so you can see that I am receiving back the token for that user. So now if you see your Django admin panel in the token section, you can see that this token C2, and if you see in here we have C2, so this token is related to the this username. And now if you go to the network and if you check the auth, you can see that in here you can see that this is the password and this is the username in here that we have. Okay, you can see that after entering my correct username and password, it's returning token for me. Now it means that if you see in our login.js, it means that the token is stored in the response, and you can see that in here if I say response.token, and now if I log in, so you can see, let me just first refresh this, and now if I add my username and password, and if I log in, you can see that I am receiving back the token in here. Now if I add for example invalid username and password, I will receive a bad request. So let me just add something in here and something in here. If I log in, so you can see that I'm receiving bad request and like this. Okay, so now in here I want to use cookies also, and also work with the dynamic tokens. Now I want when the user added their real credentials, username and passwords, I want to save the token as a cookie, and after for example he closed the browsers or he opens the browser again, I want that it should be my article page, not the login page. So I can do this using the cookies. I want to save the token as a cookie in the browser of the client. So now for this we need to use a library that's called React Cookie. So first I need to install that. You can just use npm install React Cookie. So React Cookie. Alright guys, now it's installed. After this what I want to do is to open my index.js, and I want to provide the cookie for my all routes, now the token for my all routes. So now for this what I want to do is I can do this at index.js, and in here the first thing is that I need to import cookies provider from, and we can say React Cookie. And in here we can wrap our this browser router with the cookie providers. So cookies provider, and I can wrap this in here like this. And after this I can go to the login.js, and in here I can use this. So first I need to import. So in here first I need to import my use cookie. So I can just say import use cookie, use cookies from React cookie. And after that in here I can say const, so you can just name it whatever. So we can just say set token, and we can use cookies. And what we want to do is to name our cookie, so you need to pass the name as a string in here. So for example, I'm going to just say my token. And after this, now in here, instead of console.log, we want to just use this set token in here. So let me just use set token like this. And also you need to give a name, so we need to also pass the name for this. So that is my token, so that we have already given in here. So now if I in here, if I add, so let me just open this, and if I go to the applications, so right now you can see that I don't have any cookie in here. And if I add the username and password in here, now if I click on the login, so I am not seeing, oh, now you can see that we have our so this is our token, and this is the token that I have saved this as a cookie. Now this is in the cookie section. So if I refresh my page, you will see that I have this cookie in here, this token in here. Now let me just, for example, let me remove this, let me add another user so that it is registered in my Django admin panel. So if I go to the localhost port 8000, and if I go to that main, so let me just add the username and also password in here. And if I log in, so in the users, so I have some users, let me just use this user in here, and I can say my user, and let me just say my user. And if I log in, so you can see that I have a token for this user in here. Okay, now I want, when the user enters their correct username and password, I want to just redirect them to the articles page. So now let me just remove this. Now in my login.js, what I want to do is to import use story. So I can just say import use story from React router DOM. And after that in here, so I can just create, so let story, and I can just use a story in here. And now in here I need to create a useEffect hook, so I need to just import that in here. So I can just say useEffect, and I can use that in here. So I can just say useEffect, and it returns an arrow function. And in here I'm going to just say that if we have the token, so my token, so if I have the token, I want to just say story.push to the articles. Now in here I want to say that if I have the token, that's my token, I want to push the users to the articles. and I want to do this based on the token, so I need to add token in here. So now if I add for example a username and password in here, so for example like this, and if I log in, click on the login, so you can see that I am redirected to the articles page, and you can see that we have the token saved in here. Now we can insert article, so let me just do this, and my new article, my new description, and I can insert the article. I can update the article, so let me just update this. I can say updated and updated, and if I click on this, so you can see it's updated, and I can delete the article, so you can see that the article is deleted in here. So you can see that I have the token in here. Now if I go to the login page, for example, I want to go to the login page, you can see that I am redirecting to the articles because I have the token in here. Now if I delete this cookie from here, the token, and now if I go to the for example login page, now you can see that I am in the login page. Now we want to bring some change, so if you see in our API service.js, the token that we have in here, these are fixed tokens, and we have copied these tokens from our from here, from the tokens that we have manually created. So now we need to just convert this to the dynamic token. So for this, what we need to do is to just copy this. Now we have our token, and we need to copy that, so it's in the login.js. So first I need to just copy this from here and paste it in my API service. So in the API service, so now now I want to so in here, if you see, we have article ID and body, and in here we need to also pass another parameter that's token, like this. Okay, and after that we can change this to this token. So let me just remove the fixed token from here, and I can just change this to backticks. So I can add the token in here. Now we need to do the same for all. So we have update article, and after that we have insert article. We need to just add token in here, and we need to just remove this and change this with the token. And this is insert article. We have delete article, and we can just add this in here. And for the login user, we don't need to add the token. Okay, now after so right now we have converted these to the token, to the dynamic token. After this, now we need to first open our form.js, and we can see that we need to also update these. So in this section, so for this, first what I want to do is to from login.js import use cookie. So I can just import this in here, and after that I can just use this const token set token in here in my form.js, and after that I can also pass the token in here. So I have update article, and the update article I need to just also add the token with the name that we have, so my token. We need to do the same for the update article and also insert article, like this. So this is for the form.js. If we go to the article list, I think also we need to do this in here. So we need to just add this in here, Let me just copy this and bring this in here. Let me just add it in this section, and even we don't need this token in here. Or okay, now also we need to just import this React cookie, and now we can just, let me just remove this also. So in here we can just add, and the delete we can also add token, and we can say my token. So now this is done, and also I think we need to do the same in the not index.js but in the app.js. So let me just remove this index.js. Yeah, you can see in here we have fetched our data, so we can just bring this in the app.js also. So app.js, and we have our and now instead of fixed token we can just copy this from here and add this in this section like this. So now let me just check this again. So I have this token in my app.js, and okay, after that in the login.js I have this, and here we have set it the token, and after that in the article list we have changed this, so with the token, because in the API service we have changed it, we have added a new parameter of the token. And also we have in the forum.js, this is for update, and this is for inserting article. And in the API, okay, now in here we have update article, insert article, and delete article. So now let's just check our app. So let me just refresh this, and in here I can just add for example username and password, and if I log in, so you can see that, but I'm receiving an error in here. Okay guys, now it's because we need to add this cookie name in here, so it's my token. And now I can just okay, now you can see that we are in the article page. Now let me just remove this, and now I can just go to the login. So correct the username and password in here. So you can see that we have in here, and now let's just test this. We can update. So let me just insert an article. So insert article, and my article added, my article description added. So first let me just show you the articles in my Django administration panel. Okay, so you can see that I have these data in here, and this is the last data. So now if I insert article, so you can see the article is inserted, so my article added. And now if I check this, so you can see that this is the new article. Now I want to update this, so let me just click on the update, and let me just say my article updated, my description updated, and I can update this. So you can see that this is updated, and we will see that the same happens in here. So updated, we can remove this data, so you can just delete this data. The data is deleted from here, and if I check here, I don't have that data in here. So I can, for example, if you see in here, even though I have more users in here, but for 2 users I have token. So for this user and also for this user, let's just do for this user, and let me just remove these from here. Now I can go to the login page, and in here I can add my user, and I can add my password, and if I log in, so you can see that I have my token in here, and I can do the same operation with this. So first let me just update this so that is updated, and I can just say or let me just update this one, and I can just click on the update, so you can see that this is updated. In this part we want to create our registration system and also logout system. So right now we can log in, and we have learned that how we can create your login. Now we want to create our registration. So as we have developed our backend in Django REST Framework, there was options for registering users. Now let's do that, implement that in the ReactJS frontend. So for this I'm going to open my form, my login.js. So in the login.js, I want to create a state in here, and let me just, okay, now in here I can just say const, so we can say is login, and also set login useState, and we want to use true by default. Okay, so now at the bottom, so in here where we have our login, I'm going to create another div class. So in here I can just say div class name, and it should be mbp3, and I can close the div. So in here let me just add a beer tag first in here. Now in here I want to check if is login. So if is login is true, what I want to do is to just create an h5 tag in here. So h5, and I can just say if you don't have account, so if you don't have account, and I can just say please, and in here I can create my button. So button, so let me just close this button in here, and first I need to just give a class name for this. So the class name is btn, for example primary, and also after that we can just add an on click. So on click, and so this should be an arrow function, and in here I can just use set login. So set login, and make this to false like this, and in here I can say register, so this should be register, and so this is the button name, and in here we can just say here. Okay, so let me just bring this in here. Now in the else case, what I want to do is to say, for example, if you have an account, we want to just say to log in here. Now we can just say let me just create an h5 tag. So h5, and in here I can say if you have account, we want to say please, and now we need to just add the same button, and we want to just change. So let me just copy this from here, and I can just add it in this section, and I need to just bring some change to this. So for this I can just use login, and for this I want to just make it to true, and we can say here. So now let me just refresh my page. Okay, yeah, now you can see that if you don't so right now you can see it's login. If you don't have account, please you can see we have login and register. Now we need to bring some change to this title and also this button. So when we want to click on the register, we should see register in here, and please register. And when we click on the login, we should see login with the login text. So first let's just fix the title. So in here in this section we have, and we can say that if is login is true, what we want to do is to say please login, and in the else case we can just say please register. And now we can just check this. So right now you can see please login in here, and we have register button in here. So if I click on this, so you can see we're receiving a register, login, register. So we are toggling between these. Now also we need to just change the, so when we click on register, we should see a register button. So we can just come down where we have our button. So in here we have our button, and we can just do that. So let me just do it in here. So if is login, so if it is it's true, we want to just say this in here. And in the else case, what we want to do, let me just copy this again, and this time we want to just say register btn, the class name is btn primary, and we can just change this to register. And let me just create this register btn. So in here I can just say const so now right now you can see the register. So we have register and register. If I click on the login, you can see we have login, and if I click on the register, we have register. Now let's just do our registration process code in here. So first I need to open my API service, and in here I'm going to copy login user, and let me just bring change to this register user, and this time it should be API and users. Now it's because in our Django REST framework, if you see we have a users in here, and we have a user viewset. So in the viewset we have a class user viewset. So now the method is post, and we can just say register user method post content type, and we are not going to bring any change for this. Now we can just go back to the login.js in here. Now in here we can just do our registration code. So we have created our registration in our API service. So now we can just say API service dot register user, and we want to post the username and also the password. And now .then, and if I say console.log response, and also I can just add .catch error, and I can just say console.log the error. So now so right now we are on register, and let me just inspect and go to console. So in here let me just add for example name user2, and I can just add a password in here. And now if I click on the register, I am receiving errors, and if I see my okay, I need to save this because I forgot to save this. I think the error is from there. So now let me just refresh this, and if I check in here, so let me just say the users, and so this is my users. You can see that these are the users that I have in here. Now I can just say new user 1, for example, and I can add a password. So I need to just click on register to register this. So now you can see that I have a new user, so username, this is the ID is 8. And now if I check so now you can see that I have new user registered in here, and if I click on the tokens, you can see that I have a token for this new user. Now I can log in with this new user and password. So if I click on the login, let me just log in. Now I'm in here. If I check my application, so you can see that this is the token 799, and it's the same as this 799. Okay, now I want, when the user register, I want to just directly bring them to the articles page, or we can say that we need to just call our login button. So now I'm in here. So we need to just so in the login.js, if you see, we have login button, so we can just say login btn. So now this time I want to create a user, so new user 2, and we can just give the password. And if I click so register, if I click on the register, so now you can see that I am automatically logged in here and the user is created. So this is the token, and if we check this place, so I think you can see that we have the new user 2 in here. Alright guys, now let's create our logout button. So now I want to add another button in here that should be for the logout. So now I want to open my app.js. So and we have this is for the insert article, and I'm going to just copy this and paste it in here. So what I want to do is just say logout btn, and I can just say logout. And what I need to do is to create this logout function. So const logout btn. So now if I see, I should see, okay, now you can see that I have a logout button in here. Now the logout is so simple, so we need to just remove the cookie. So if we see in here, we need to remove the token that is stored in the cookie. So if I see the application, so we need to just remove this. Now if you see in there, we have used React cookie, so in here there is set cookie, and also you can use remove cookie. So what I want to do is to just add remove cookie, or whatever you can just call it, you can just name it. So at the top, if you see, we have just a token in here, and we can add, for example, we can add set token, and also we can just say remove token or cookie, whatever, you can just use it. And now we can just call this in here in our logout button, and in here we need to just pass the name of the token that you have. So if you see in here if I come down, so for the remove cookie you need to add the name of the cookie in here. Also, after logout we want to just redirect the user to the login page. So for this we need to use useEffect. So now let me just copy the code from the login.js. So we can just copy this, and let me just bring this in the app.js. So we can just add it in here. So we can just say if not token my token, we want to just push that to the login page. Now also we need to import this. So I can just go to the login.js. So we want to just import useStory, and I can just add it in here. And also we need to create let story and add it in the app.js. So now let's just check that it's working or not. Okay, so right now you can see that we have our token in here. If I click on the logout, you can see that we are in here, but the token is not. Let me just refresh this. Okay, the token is removed. If I add for example, and if I click on the login, so now we have the token in here. And if I log out, so now the token is, we are logged out from here. So it's showing in here, but there is no problem. If I refresh this, you can see that I don't have the token, and that's removed. Now let me just for example name user 2. So this was the new user that I have registered, and if I log in, so you can see that we have the token. And if I log out and if I refresh, you can see that I don't have the token in here. Also you can use window.location in here. So for example in here we can just redirect. So there are different ways that you can just redirect the page. So .location, so I have used this from the React Router DOM, but you can use it like this. And so now if I, for example, if I log in and if I click on the logout, so you can see that we are logged out, and you can see that this time the token is also removed from there. So you can just use it like this, or you can do it like this, and there's no problem. So we can just log in and we can just log out, and if I refresh, you can see that I don't have the token and it is logged out in here. All functionalities are working. We can register a new user. So let me just add for example, I can just say new user 4 and I can register. So the new user 4 is registered. Now this user can do, for example, can insert article. So article by user 4, description by user 4, and I can insert article. So it's added, and I can just update this. So user 4 app dated, user 4 updated, and I can just update the article. So now you can see that when I am updating, so you can see that in here we are receiving put and we are updating. And for example, you can delete this. So let me just delete this, and that's deleted, and we have delete operation in here in our backend API. Also you can log out. So we are logged out.